This is a reminder to conference guests that any heavy bags can go on either side of the stairs. Good morning, esteemed guests. I would like to ask you all, please take a seat. The conference is about to begin. Good morning, esteemed guests, and welcome to the 2022 International Conference on Food Futures.
Hello, everyone. We are going to get started, so would you please be seated anywhere that you feel comfortable with? Just take your seat, please. Okay, thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the 2022 International Conference on Food Futures, Humanities, and Social Sciences Approaches. Thank you all for coming out today, and thank you to those who joined our online events in the past few days. Now we will have two speakers for our opening ceremony. First, from National Sun Yat-sen University, President Ing Yao Zhen has prepared a short video.
Distinguished guests, my dear colleagues, and in-person and online participants, good morning. What a pleasure to welcome our distinguished guests from across the world to Taiwan after the COVID shutdown for the last 2 years. Thank you. Our distinguished guests for making tremendous efforts to come to Taiwan to join us in person here today. I thank you all here and beyond. Our honorable guests, colleagues, friends, Taipei Mission in Sweden, and Taipei Economy and Cultural Office in Los Angeles, for making this happen. This wonderful event would not be possible without your tremendous efforts. I'm honored to welcome all of you to the 2022 Food Futures, Humanities and Social Science and Approaches International Conference. This conference is co-organized by National Sun Yat-sen University and the National Taiwan Science Education Center. Joining you here today, I see a bright future for our planet thanks to a group of experts who care. Aligned with the UNESCO Sustainable Development Goals, we gather here today to reflect on and discuss how these goals can be accomplished: zero hunger, inclusiveness, equality, justice, well-being, health, etc. By bridging together institutions of higher education and local NGOs and communities, we come together to reflect on how we can improve the lives of the peoples across many national, cultural, and ethnic borders. The global food region is a matter of growing concerned within the urgent horizons of climate change and biodiversity loss, among other critical planetary changes. Thanks to all of you. This conference will not doubt be a significant contribution to our common goal of achieving food sovereignty and equality and sustainable development. One of the strengths of National Science and University, which we also see in this conference, is social engagement. Besides this, academic exchanges and sharing. This conference also organized a guided tour and working workshop, as well as exhibitions to engage the community and make sure a public platform is formed and correct effort possible. This kind of breakthrough in the conventional academic conference is much needed, so scholars will have the opportunity to converse with the local communities. One of the other UNESCO and Sustainable Development Goals in partnerships for the goals. In this conference, we see this partnership across disciplines, institutions, and countries. This conference is also the annual meeting of Humanities for the Environment Global Network of Observatories. It is our great honor to welcome the co-directors of the North American Observatory, Professor Joni Adamson and Professor Sally Teach, Director of Second Polar Observatory, Professor Stephen Hartman, and Director of Latin American Observatory, Professor David Manuel Navi-Reed. From Taiwan, Director of East Asia Observatory, Professor Kirill Thompson, and Director of Asia Pacific, Professor Xinya Huang. I'm thrilled to also welcome Wisconsin Poet Laureate, Professor Kimberly Blaeser. Welcome to Taiwan, and thank you for overcoming many obstacles and joining us in person despite the difficulties and uncertainties incurred by the COVID-19 pandemic. The conference features pre-conference online workshops and a book talk, keynote, and plenary speeches, online and in-person roundtables, and paper presentations by scholars from Taiwan, Europe, the US, Australia, the Pacific Islands, and Africa. With such a rich program, I believe this conference will make tremendous contributions to interdisciplinary research and make us further in ensuring a sustainable future. Thank you all for joining us today. I wish you all the best, and I wish the conference goes well. Most importantly, I hope you will enjoy this intellectual feast. Thank you. Welcome to Taiwan again.
Science Education Center Director Huo Qingliu to give his opening remarks.
Oh, yeah, welcome to National Taiwan Science Education Center. I know my words were interpretation into English. So I say in Mandarin or more influence. 欢迎到台湾科学教育馆。我想今天的这个研讨会是一个非常，等一下你们是一句一句还是整段？逐步翻译 ，OK。OK， 好 ，OK， 好 ，simultaneous 好。那个台湾科学教育馆是一个提供K到10幼稚园到高中的一个教育场所。那今天办理的这个研讨会的话，应该是我们这个开馆以来应该是我印象里面应该是第一次就是蛮有意义的一次，就是说我们在大学阶段一起办跟科学人文有关的议题的研讨会。那这个研讨会，我想对我们来讲的话，我们是希望从从幼稚园到高中的话，能够延伸到大学研究所的一个蛮好的一个机会。那这个机会里面，我想各位等一下在这边办研讨会的时候，可以了解一下，就是说，我们每一层楼都不一样，那这个每一层楼都有它的教育的内容在里面。这个比较跟一般的学校的大礼堂、大学里面的校园里面办，或者是在饭店，就是说在国际级的饭店里面办的话，它完全不一样的地方是，你们可能讨论到的主题，比如说食物有关的主题，我们可能很多的设备或很多的课程就可能跟食物有关，那跟人文有关，所以可以讨论完那些主题之后，可以现场实际到馆里面的每个楼层实际去体验，就是我们想说跟一般大学办，跟一般的国际级的饭店办理的话，会有不一样的结果，所以我想说是一个蛮好的尝试。那我想说我们也看到这个愿景所以我们在我们的9楼有一个图书馆跟国际会议厅，在明年的话，我们可能会把它重新整修，然后整修完之后，我们是针对国际级的会议在做准备，有同步翻译的相关的设备，有网际网路的一个很频宽非常广的网际网路，然后还有很舒适的阅读空间、休闲空间，完全是国际级的饭店的设备标准。然后这是在我们的9楼，那其他的楼层1到8楼的话，我们就很多刚刚讲的，就是说跟各个科学主题有关的设备跟很多的活动，尤其是我们地下室1楼的话，有一个很大的实验室，20几间的实验室，可能跟每个主题有关的话，你都可以在那边实际去操作一下。所以我想今天的这个研讨会非常的欢迎各位实际到现场。我昨天一直担心，就是说我们是在线上办理的话，很多的活动现场你就没办法去现场看，那就跟你们在学校、在教室里面、在会议室里面办的内容就没有太大的差别。那很庆幸的今天大家可以亲自到科教馆来，那多把握一下时间，可以各位我们会安排各层每一层楼先亲自去体验一下，那保证你会觉得说实际到现场来的话，一定是在一般的会议场所办这个研讨会会有不一样的结果。所以我们预祝各位各位在从美国到台湾来的话，我希望就是说多看一看，在馆里面多看一看，留一下，然后也在台湾的蛮好玩的地方可以留下一些美好的照片，可以留下一些很好的记忆。对未来的话，我想国立台湾科学教育馆我们也希望 跟国外的，我们现在是跟国外的博物馆合作。那我也希望跟国外，刚刚有听到哈，有国外大学里面的一些科学教育中心，我们也希望有一些机会可以针对我国外的在贵国的一些大学的科学教育中心里面的课程设备，或者是它的一些相关的一些发展的内容，我们做一些交流，然后让台湾科学教育馆它现有的所有的软硬体的服务可以更进一步的提升，这是我们一直期望国际合作的话，可以带给馆内的一些品质设备跟服务品质的提升，这是我们期望的。那我也希望就是自己签的这个活动，大家有一个非常非常愉快的经验，非常愉快的记忆，然后以后今天是我们以后合作的一个开始。谢谢各位。
Thank you, Director Lu. We will take a quick group photo. 不好意思，麻烦帮忙拍一下那个团体照。Thank you. We will now start the first keynote address, Confronting Syndemic, Indigenous Scientific Literacies, Food Sovereignty, and the Literature of Intergenerational Justice. Please welcome the chair of this event, Dr. Zhong Chonghui Zhang from National Taiwan Normal University.
Okay, good morning and good evening, dear scholars right here, and also those online. Welcome to the keynote speech by Professor Joni Adamson. This session actually should be chaired by Professor Zhang Shuli, the convener for the studies of foreign literature from National Science Council. Shuli got COVID and she's not in good recovery. COVID has been with us for 3 years and also made us humble to learn how we should be ready for any necessary readjustment. Like we have conference here and also typhoon outside. And I believe we can work together very well in these 2 days, getting a very exciting event. I'm very honored to chair the talk by Professor Joni Adamson. She's a global feature scholar. A literary and cultural series from America. She's considered one of the main proponents of environmental justice and eco-criticism. She's President's Professor of Environmental Humanities in the Department of English and Director of the Environmental Humanities Initiative at the Julie Ann Reilly Global Institute of Sustainability at Arizona State University. Her organizational activities help lay the foundations for transnational environmental American studies and the environmental humanities. From 1999 to 2010, she founded and led the Environment and Culture Caucus of the American Studies Association. And then in 2012 to 13, she was elected president of the Association for the Study, Literature, and Environment, ASLE, the largest professional organization of environmental humanists in the world. There are over 1,800 members in 41 countries around the world. She writes on the centrality of the environmental humanities to the sustainability sciences, the design of desirable futures, climate fiction and film, indigenous literature and scientific literacies, the rise of nature movement, and the food justice movement. She's the author and co-editor of 8 books and many, many articles. They are widely read, cited, reprinted, and even translated into Mandarin and Spanish. Help a lot with a lot of scholars here. She has been invited to keynote conferences and lectures in Australia, China, England, Italy, France, Germany, Hong Kong, Scotland, South. I couldn't finish in one breath. See? I could go on and talk about her achievements and contribution to academia and also to the society for an hour. But I believe everyone here, including me, couldn't wait for her talk. So now please join me to welcome Professor Joni Adamson.
Everyone is urging me to take off my mask, so I did. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chung, for that wonderful introduction. And I also want to send my best to Shuli Chung. We would have loved to have her here. I would also like to thank President Chung and Director Liu. Both of them are not able to stay with us, but we want to thank them so much for their support. I'd also like to thank distinguished Professor Xinya Wang and all the directors of the HfE observatories who are joining us today. Thank you so much to our streaming audience for joining us today. We're very happy to have you. And I would like to thank all of my old friends and new that are in the audience. I think I know a great many of you. This is my second home. Taiwan is my second home, and I'm very, very, very happy to be back home. So I'm grateful for all of your presences here, and together we've worked really hard to make Humanities for the Environment Global Network a going concern. But I also want to give a special thanks to Professor Wang and her team. We would not be here if it wasn't for their hard work, patience, dedication, and all through the long years of the pandemic. So I just think we should give them just a quick hand. Thank you so much. Thank you. So our warmest thanks to the Asia Pacific Observatory team, and also we want to thank National Sun Yat-sen University and the National Science and Technology Council of Taiwan. We're incredibly grateful that we're able to have this meeting. So I am going to turn the time over to the translator.
喂，大家听得到吗？好，各位在场的来宾，各位线上的贵宾，大家早！欢迎大家来到我们今天的粮食未来人文以及社会科学途径的研讨会。因为今天时间的原因，我们馆方将为大家提供的是摘要翻译。在这边要再次的来感谢我们馆方国立台湾科学教育馆，还有我们的 HfE， 也就是我们的全球环境人文网络，还有相关的在全球的观察站。在这边我们看到有很多的代表也莅临现场，要特别的对他们来致上我们最诚挚的欢迎，也要欢迎我们莅临现场的实体参加的所有的贵宾，还有观众朋友，还有我们线上的朋友。台湾是我们的，可以说是我的第二个家。那在这边让我觉得非常的宾至如归，再次的谢谢大家。
So I'd like to advance the slide. I'm not sure. Let's see. Am I supposed to use this? There we go. Thank you. Today, most environmental humanists are aware that we have entered the decade of action, as the UN has dubbed the years from 2020 to 2030. The UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Climate Agreement, and the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, were all formalized in 2015. And they have codified the global strategies endorsed by virtually every sovereign nation on the planet to address these global challenges by committing to mitigation pathways. Humanists, together with their colleagues in the sciences, have been highly aware of these efforts and have long understood the urgent need to mobilize for genuine transformative change.
我们大家也都知道，在最近的10年是我们叫做我们行动的10年。在2015年，我们开的这场非常重要的会议，联合国下面的这个气候变迁的相关的会议，针对于在未来的10年，也就是2020年到2030年，我们应该所在这个环境变迁还有气候变迁上面的人类应该所做出的一些相关的一些作为呢，已经提出了非常明确的方向。在2015年的这样一个联合国的会议之中，提出了巴黎气候的公约。还有 SDG， 也就是呢永续发展的目标等等，底下有17个子项。那这为我们未来的努力的方向提出了非常明确的一条道路。
And then could I ask the tech team, could you just advance the slides when I say advance the slide? Is that possible?
OK， 在现场的工作人员，我说下一章的时候，希望能够帮我跳到下一章，麻烦了。
Okay, let's advance the slide. Thank you. We meet here today to reflect on the ways that the Humanities for the Environment Global Network of Observatories has been working to create projects that support the Sustainable Development Goals focused on hunger and nutrition. According to the United Nations, 3.1 billion people cannot afford healthy food, and so there's an urgent need for both healthy diets and a balanced planetary resources. In fact, in 2018, when the directors of the Humanities for the Environment Observatories last met at Sigtuna, Sweden, we took note that the Eat Lancet Commission report, which had released a 2-year study on food in the Anthropocene, concluded that, quote, civilization is in crisis, unquote. We determined our next publications and conferences would focus on food, food systems, foodways, food production, etc. HfE President Paul Holm and Treasurer Stephen Hartman issued a special call for an edited collection in the journal Humanities focused on food in the Anthropocene. And yesterday, if you were able to attend the Gendered and Racial Food Injustices in the United States panel, you will have had an excellent introduction to that issue and to the work of the North American Observatory. On Sunday, Director of the European Observatory, Paul Holm, will also introduce us to another project, FoodSmart Dublin.
那我们刚刚已经看到了，在联合国的面向上，他已经提出了接下来的10年的行动的纲领，还有我们的永续发展的这样一个目标。所以，我们今天所代表的 HfE， 也就是全球环境人文网络底下，在各个大洲都有相关的观察站。我们也是希望能够呢呼应这样子一个联合国的永续发展的目标，借由弥除贫穷，还有借由提高这个相关的营养，还有从一个我们所谓的环境人文学的角度来切入。那么，我们在2018年，我们的 HfE， 我们在瑞典开会的时候，就已经有针对于一个长达2年的一个研究计划，提出了一个计划的总结。那计划总结就是说，我们人类的文明呢，现在就是因为这一些我们所谓的永续发展的目标上面的进程的缺乏，而遭到了非常严重的危机。那么我们的Hartman 呢，他其实在昨天的一个演讲之中，也有跟我们提到了，其实我们现在在所谓的人类世所面临到的最大的挑战，也就是我们今天要讲到的这个粮食的未来所产生的这样子一个危机。那么我们同时也呼应到了明天我们的所谓的这个全球环境人文网络的观察站，我们这个欧洲的代表呢 Holmes 教授也会跟我们来做进一步的分析。
Next slide. So there is no more appropriate place in the world for this conference to take place. For over 15 years, Professor Wang and her colleagues, including Professor Yi-Ren Lin, who are both recognized experts on the cultures and foodways of Taiwan's indigenous peoples, have been convening meetings and field trips to consider the ways in which indigenous farmers around the world, including in Taiwan, have been advocating for a rights and culturally based approach to biodiverse first foods. Many scholars in the room today have participated in these field trips, and I just found a few photos from our previous trips together. that took us to Taiwan's Austronesian-speaking tribal communities. This slide, which was taken on a field trip in 2007, shows us visiting and talking with farmers who still prepare traditional first foods foraged in the high volcanic mountains of Taiwan. On Wednesday, Professor Lin introduced us to the work of respected farmer and activist Pagun Tomi, who is a member of the Tayel Indigenous band in Jiangxi Township, Taiwan. Pagun is working with the Tayel to preserve traditional ethnobotanical millet practices in their mountain communities. And another Indigenous elder we will meet here at the conference, Shaman Rapagnon, is a prominent Aboriginal Tao writer who has written about the Tao Libongbong flying fish culture and the sea and island ecologies of Orchid Island. He will be giving one of our plenary speeches later this week. So we could not have a better venue for this conference.
那么接下来这一张的照片里面，其实是我上次是2007年来到台湾的时候，来去拜访台湾的原住民族的一些，来去观察他们一些种植啊等等的这一些所拍摄下来的一个照片。其实我们全球环境人文网络呢，在全球非常如火如荼的呢，来去探讨所谓的一些文化的多样性，还有食品的多样性、文化的传承，如何的借由这样子的一个角度，在地的种植在地的一个饮食传承文化的复苏，从原民的角度来去做个探讨。在过去的15年，我们看到的这次提到的王教授、林教授都有非常多的一些扎实的这一些研究尤其是针对于原住民的文化、生物多样性还有食品多样性之间的这些相关的这些研究。那么我们其实看到了，在昨天探讨了泰雅族的小米的种植，在接下来我们会看到的也有我们这个兰屿的达悟族的非语的饮食的多样性的文化，都是非常好的例子。所以这一次的会议来到台湾，相信是一个最好不过的一个地点的选择了。
And let's just advance the slide every time the translator is finished. Let's just advance the slide. I won't say advance the slide. Could we advance the slide? Thank you. Okay, for those who may not be familiar with Humanities for the Environment Global Network of Observatories, I would like to direct you to the introduction to my co-edited volume, Humanities for the Environment, Integrating Knowledge, Forging New Constellation of Practice. And this is what we're here to talk about this week, is how do we integrate knowledge and forge new constellations of practice. In this book, I trace the genealogy of the environmental humanities and the history of the HfE network. I note that well before the Paris Accords were signed and as far back as the 1970s, scholars in the arts and humanities, including history, literature, philosophy had been writing and teaching courses that focused on the histories, causes, and representation of rising tides, devastating fires, extreme weather, accelerating biodiversity loss, and problems with agricultural practices. But by the turn of the 21st century, there was an accelerating flow of humanists into cross-disciplinary conferences and a growing interest in the integration of the humanities and sciences approaches, as well as the natural and sustainability approaches, which are the sub-theme of this conference. For over 2 decades now, then, we have been working to explore how we will co-produce knowledge across the disciplines and to answer questions, including how will we work together to help solve the world's most challenging social and ecological problems in the academy and outside the academy in communities we care about in our local regions for a better future.
这边来看到投影片上有这个书，这是我们的 HfE 全球环境人文网络下面我们所出的这本书呢，那么它这个专书呢叫做环境人文跨界知识整合，打造新的这个实作的方法。那其实这样子一个主题，也就是我们这一次大家群聚在一起，我们一起来开会的一个主题，也就是我们希望呢能够来探讨说如何的将人文跟艺术融入自然跟永续发展相关的科学研究，还有这个专案之中。其实这是蛮长久的一个历程。这本书里面有讲到了我们所谓的环境人文学的田野的谱系，还有 HfE 环境人文这样一个网络，我们在全球的哪一些作为，在过去的20年有哪一些成果。这个是，但是在这个之前呢，其实是在70年代，在这个巴黎公约公布之前，在70年代呢就一直有这样一个所谓的呼吁人文艺术跟自然跟永续发展的这样一个融合的这样一场运动呢，是早在那个年代就已经开始了。
In my own research on food, food ways and food cultures, and food justice, I have been drawn to the concept of syndemic as a way of begin making meaningful connections between food and unequal and linked effects of disease, racism, structural injustices, climate injustices, food insecurity, pesticide and herbicide toxicity, biodiversity loss, and rising extinction rates. Put forward in a 2019 report of the Lancet Commission, the term syndemic is instructive for thinking about mutually intensifying links between obesity, malnutrition, climate change, and now the COVID-19 pandemic. The authors of the report define this relatively new term as, quote, a synergy of epidemics that co-occur in time and place and interact with each other to produce complex pathological conditions that share common underlying societal drivers, unquote. I have been using the term syndemic in my teaching and research to offer my students and the public greater understanding of the ways that pandemic and epidemics have been complicated by the disproportionate injustices of gender, race, and ethnicity, and how these injustices are exacerbated by climate change and industrial environmental poisoning. Clearly, as the subtheme of our conference suggests, to make these links more transparent, it will take both humanities and social sciences approaches. So in this lecture then, I'd like to focus on the way that humanists and the HfE network have been actively leading in the innovation of both pedagogical projects and community projects that integrate the humanities, social sciences, and natural sciences, and just as importantly, traditional Indigenous knowledges to build what I will call, following Stephen Hartman and Serpil Opperman, communities of purpose dedicated to transforming knowledge in ways that work to build desirable food futures.
在这边想要跟大家讲到一个字，也是呼应到我今天演讲的这样子的一个主题哦。那么今天讲的主题，我们讲到的是粮食主权、世代的争议，还有粮食安全相关的问题，我们就不得不讨论到这个英文字叫做 Syndemic。那它其实是一个混合字，它结合了3个英文的词，一个就是 synergy 纵效，一个就是 epidemic 流行病，还有呢 pandemic 疫情，这3个不同的词，它是用于来研究这个疾病啊、种族主义、结构性的不平等、气候变迁、粮食安全，还有生物多样性丧失以及生物灭绝率上升的相互关联的影响的一个术语。那这边其实我们可以回应到，在2019年的医学期刊《Lancet》里面，他就提出了，其实全球性的肥胖疾病的问题、营养不良还有气候变迁之间的问题，其实存在着相互加强的联系关系。这样子的一个论点，就是我们可以去理解我们现在疫情 COVID-19 的一个基础。可以说是 pandemic， 我们这样一个 syndemic 可以把它解释为它是一个交互共病，在同一个时间、同一个地点所共同发生的一个危机或者是流行病的协同以及加成的这样子的一个效果。那么我们如果要面临这样一个我们这个世代面临到的 syndemic 这样一个问题呢，其实呢，不论是从科学单一角度，或者是从人文社会科学的单一角度，都是不足的。我们必须要有一个跨领域的合作。那这个也是我们这一次研究跟讨论的主题。那我们呢HfE 我们这样一个网络，在过去以来非常努力的借由我们的教学上面的研发，还有社区的相关的计划，尤其是原住民相关的这个文化以及饮食多样性的计划，还有相关的研究，能够来帮助大家更了解这一点，并且能够来找出我们的面临未来粮食危机的种种的挑战的相关的做法。
In Seeds of Transformative Change by Hartman and Opperman, they define the environmental humanities as a quote-unquote community of interest. Now, I can't recommend this article enough. This should be sort of required reading for our conference this week and required reading for all humanists that desire to integrate knowledge with the sciences and social sciences. Communities of interest, they suggest, are heterogeneous groups of scholars, artists, and scientists who come together from diverse academic backgrounds to study common research questions or specific social environmental problems. In the process of negotiating sometimes significant methodological, theoretical, or epistemological differences and finding common ground for understanding and cooperation, such groups have the potential to develop into interdisciplinary communities of practice. So we're going from communities of interest to community of practice. But beyond this, they add, any knowledge achieved or promoted through these kinds of interdisciplinary engagements that are mobilized, quote, for genuine transformative change, unquote, signal that a community of interest or practice has become a community of purpose.
在这张投影片上，我们有看到不同的 communities， 不同的一些社群。那么第二看到的是共同兴趣或者有共同利益的社群，这就表示说，来自于不同学术背景的学者、艺术家还有科学家，它是一个本质上异质的一个群体，群集在一起来去解决大家所感兴趣的常见的研究的问题，或者是特定的社会环境的问题。从这样子的一个社群开始作为出发点，我们就会产生所谓的实践社群。这个实践的社群呢，它就是借由这个讨论还有理解这个方法理论或者是认识论的这个差异，来找到理解跟合作的共同点，来发展出这样一个社群。这两个词相信大家都比较耳熟能详，但是在本次研讨会的学者希望能够进一步的提出来，另外一个就是有共同目的、努力目标的，叫做目的社群或是目标的社群。透过这些跨学科交流还有参与，如果能够真正的促成转变性的变革的这样一个社群，我们就叫做具有共同目的的目的性社群。
I would argue that in 2013, when we first launched the Humanities for the Environment Global Network, we were very much interested, we can go to the next slide. We were very much interested in building on what we have learned in our humanities of interest communities and practice, but we were specifically aiming to become something stronger. We didn't call it a community of purpose at the time, but I would argue that we were already aiming to become a community of purpose. HfE projects sought to de-academize the environmental humanities, to go beyond the limitations of traditional humanities outcomes, and to go beyond the book and the article, although we continue to value those outcomes. Our main goal, however, has been to innovate projects that work with communities to co-produce new knowledges and practices and work with purpose and action, much like the Millet Art project of Professor Lin and Pagon Tomi that we discussed on Wednesday.
那刚刚我们讲到的这三个不同的这个族群，那第三个呢，就是我们一直讲到的 community of purpose， 有共同目标的这个社群，能够带来真正转变性变革的社群的其中一个重要的例子，就是今天一直持续出现的，就是我们的 HfE 全球环境人文网络。我们是用一种去学术化的观点、实作的一些观点呢，能够来形成这样子的一个网络。它是一个全球的倡议的计划。那么它的目标其实就是希望能够跟当地的社群合作，跟当地的文化多样，尤其是原住民的社群来去合作，我们去做一个共同创造的一个历程，共同创造实作的做法，共同创造知识的做法。例如我们在这次研讨会之中一直听到的台湾这边的小米的复苏富裕，就是其中的一个非常好的例子。
Our network is named Humanities for the Environment, HfE. And we don't call it Humanities of the Environment because we're committed to creating community-facing projects for the environment. So this is a kind of formulation that we've kind of introduced into environmental humanities discourse with the title of our network, Humanities for the Environment, and a little hat tip to Sally Kitch right there for that. Humanities for the Environment instead of Humanities of the Environment. Again, I believe that from the first, we were already aiming to become a community of purpose.
延续着刚刚讲到共同目的的族群的一个概念，我们来看到我们这个网络它的英文的名称叫做呢 Communities for the Environment， HfE。那这个 F 的意思就是 for 就是为了，也就是说我们现在形成了一个呢实作的一个共同目标的一个社群，为了什么？为了就是要去提升我们的环境生态还有永续，所以我们用这个 of 我们用的是 for 这个字，而不是用 of 这样的一个字。
Now, let me turn to my own work as an environmental justice eco-critic and teacher. I want to illustrate how we at Arizona State University, home of the North American Observatory, are working to build teaching methodologies and research practices inspired by the mission-oriented, community of purpose-driven work of the Humanities for the Environment Global Network. I am suggesting that we have as our aim to literally transform the way our students think and how they go out into the world to find solutions and build their own communities of purpose. Now, again, I'm going to tip my hat once more to Sally Kitch, who is the person who established, was one of the founders of the HfE observatories. But at ASU, she's also founded the Humanities Lab, which integrates humanities and social science-based perspectives and methodologies of understanding to give students the opportunity to create their own solutions to complex challenges. I know that Sally will be speaking more a little bit later about the Humanities Lab, which she founded at the roundtable this afternoon. So you'll hear more about that. But briefly, Humanities Labs pair one humanist teacher with one social scientist or natural scientist teacher to model for students how researchers from different disciplines can work together in a lab or team-oriented environment to come up with new ideas and approaches to complex issues. So last fall, Sally and her team invited me to co-teach one of these Humanities Labs. And so working with my colleague Rimjim Agarwal, who is an economist, we developed a lab that we titled Food, Health, and Climate Change. In the first half of the course, we devoted the reading and we were devoted, we asked the students to be devoted to reading and studying various literary works and films, reading history, studying methodologies and tools of the humanities and economics, and to challenge our students to think of the ways of integrating these diverse methods of inquiry into their own thinking, writing, and project creation. So just briefly, economists usually don't read novels. They usually don't watch films like Soylent Green or, cooking shows like recipe shows, which we did. We watched cooking shows and recipe shows. And literary critics usually don't study economics. So I want you to just look at the way I've grouped humanities-based methods on the screen and economics-based methods on the screen. So we were two professors from two different disciplines teaching our students these two different sets of methodologies and practices that they normally don't get. So the Humanities Labs brings all of these people together to learn things in new ways. So I skipped over that whole last part, just shortened it.
好。我们接下来看到的是在我们亚利桑那州大学的人文实验室，叫做 Humanities Lab。那这个地方的一个教学的形态就是非常不一样了。我们今天一直在强调的，也就是说生态学、科学还有人文的这一个结合。在这边我们的授课都是由一位人文学的这个老师，他去搭配一个生态评论家或者是经济学家来进行协同的这样一个授课。所以说我们也是给学生做一个示范，就是跨领域的跨学科的合作，我们可能怎么样子老师的教学的面向上能够来去以身作则，希望能够提供学生一个灵感，让学生能够呢找出问题，辨识问题，然后找出问题的答案，他以后继续到社会之中来去应用他的所学的时候，他也可以去成立自己所谓的实作，还有所谓有共同目标的这样相关的一个社群。我们都知道经济学家他比较不会去读文学的作品啊、电影啊、小说啊，或者是说一些什么烹饪秀，但是同样的文学评论家通常都不太了解经济学，所以我们就在这样子的一个人文的实验室，把不同的领域带在一起，希望能够提供一个比较新的生态结合人文结合科学的这样一个教学体验。
So briefly, in the lab, we were using the concept of syndemic or the pandemic as what we called a portal of change. We were asking our students to look at syndemic, epidemic, pandemic as a portal of change. And at the end of the course, we were going to ask them to come up with their own projects, just like HfE. So Sally can talk more about this when she's talking about the lab, but I believe the HfE was an inspiration for the form of the Humanities Lab. And that's what we're asking our students to become, is researchers working across the disciplines and students who are thinking using literature and also economics to come up with examples. But here's one of the novels that we read. We read Ana Castillo's 2005 novel, So Far From God. Now, in this novel, Castillo does not use the term syndemic, but when students read the novel, they can see the linked epidemics because we've been talking to them about linked epidemics or syndemic. Castillo represents the environmental justice organizing of women in a small New Mexico community. And a corporation moves into the community, sets up a toxic lab. All of the young people go into the factory. They want to earn money, and very quickly, many of these kids start dying. So in this photo that you see on the slide, this is a picture of one of the uranium mines in New Mexico. So not only is New Mexico toxic from these factories going in, but also from uranium tailings left over from World War II. And some of these young people die as a result of these toxins flowing into the water. In the novel, Latina or Diné or Navajo mothers who have lost their children to toxins from the factory and the mine transform a community celebration of the Catholic Way of the Cross into an environmental justice protest. At each stop in the procession, they lament the babies being born with brain damage, the cancer clusters appearing in their community. They understand that the toxins being released by the factories and the mines near their communities are linked to these deaths. So the novel gives students insights into the reasons why environmental justice activists and community members are seeking to end unequal distribution of environmental hazards in communities of the poor and communities of color, why they're trying to sustain traditional ways of life and ensure the right of all people to share equally in the benefits bestowed by a healthy environment.
我们在刚刚讲到的这样一个人文的实验室，我们就是用 Syndemic 这样一个概念来去鼓励学生。那这样一个概念呢，也是我们一直在强调的，叫做极易的多重纠结，也就是说呢，危机的这种交互的加成的作用这样一个概念，希望学生他可以去找到他自己的研究计划、研究目标。那么我一直跟他们说，那么我们的 HfE 也就是我们这样一个人文网络，就是一个很好的一个例子。希望他们能够结合文学、人文、社会学还有经济学的观点，能够找到他们想要研究的目标。那我们这边给大家举一个例子，这边有一本小说，2005年的这个 Anne Castillo 他的这一个小说里面呢，他的小说的这个场景呢是位在新墨西哥。这个内容就是来讲到，在新墨西哥，它有这样一个采矿的公司入驻之后，雇佣了很多原住民的年轻人，但是呢，因为环境的毒素还有铀矿的这个辐射的原因，而造成很多原住民的青年呢，纷纷的呢得到癌症啦、死去啊等等的。所以呢，就是像这样子的一个主题，我们看到的里面就是我们讲到的 syndemic 这样一个字，它的背后的概念可以加以做一个阐述。例如这边我们讲到的种族的议题、原民的权益的议题、土地正义、环境正义以及世代正义的议题，那是作为给学生的一个例子。
So the Way of the Cross theme in the novel evokes the reasons why so many Black, Indigenous, people of color, or BIPOC communities in the United States during the pandemic have been more loudly calling, not just for vaccines, but for communities of purpose and action that do more than witness or reflect on injustice, and for academics to do more than simply write articles about environmental injustices. These communities have been calling not only for clean environments, but for fair policing. So when my students read about Castillo's fictional mothers, they immediately connect them to the context of the death of George Floyd. I don't know if people here in Taiwan are aware of the death of George Floyd during the pandemic. He was a Black man murdered by police in Minneapolis, Minnesota during the height of the COVID pandemic. Students read Castillo's mothers an evocation of the unbearable grief felt by mothers around the world for Floyd, who in the last minutes of his life called out for his mama. George Floyd's words and his murder and the fact that he had COVID when he died has invoked the grief of many, many BIPOC communities around the world who have lost family members in escalating numbers to urban contamination, police violence, and also now to COVID-19.
刚刚接下来我们的这一个小说里面，其实看到了很多的妈妈的忧伤。原住民妈妈看到自己的孩子呢，因为在这样一个铀矿坑来去工作而死亡，那也反映到了我们在疫情期间一直的出现的一个问题。但是疫情期间很多的有所谓的这个环境、公共环境卫生的问题，当然还有所谓的这个疫苗的问题，当然还从在美国浮现了这个种族正义，还有也就是说这个警方这个。他这样子一个执法过当的这样一个问题哦，所以其实在这边不知道大家熟不熟悉这个乔治·弗洛伊德的这样一个案例哦。那其实这个案例里面就是呢，在2020年，也就是在疫情的期间，美国的明尼苏达州有一位呢，他就是非洲裔的美国人，他被捕的时候这个白人的警察呢，就是把单膝跪在他的颈部非常的久，造成他现场死亡。他在死亡的时候，他嘴巴喊的就是他的妈妈。那所以呢，这个也是呼应到了我们在所谓的族裔的问题上面啦，还有我们的警方执法的问题上面，还有这个都会的犯罪的这个上面，都有很多的东西可以来值得我们探讨。那他在死亡的时候，后来去做这个尸体裁剪的时候，发现说他也是COVID 是阳性的，所以我们一直在讲到，所以 Syndemic 这个叫做极易多重纠结，在这样的案子里面，我们有看到了种族的议题、种族正义的问题，还有这个疫情的它的分布不均，在不同种族之间分布不均的相关的议题，都在疫情期间更浮上了台面。
So what does George Floyd's death and mothers protesting in a novel about the deaths of their children have to do with food and pandemic? Next slide. While statistically, we have an incomplete picture of the toll of COVID-19 in the US, the existing data shows that Black Americans have lost their lives at a rate of 2.4% higher than whites, while Indigenous Americans have lost their lives at a rate of eight times higher. So George Floyd had hypertension and he also had COVID when he died, likely contributing to the situation. These increased mortality rates are linked to underlying health conditions such as diabetes, cancer, and hypertension, and illnesses caused by toxins, which are diseases that can be said to be synchronous epidemics that illustrate the concept of linked or synchronous or syndemic. We know that at the time of his death, he was suffering COVID. But also, since the 1960s, Indigenous people have been experiencing dramatic and increasing rates of diabetes, a disease that results when the body cannot break down refined sugars and starches commonly found in processed foods. Today, some of the adults in some of the tribal groups in Native North America have adult onset diabetes at rates as high as 70% of the adults. Studies have shown that the cause for this devastating change is the destruction of the traditional food system and diet.
再回到弗洛伊德这个案子，在他的死后的这个裁剪之后，发现呢，他不但有 COVID， 那他也有高血压的情形。其实这也就是一直反映到，在美国有一些族裔有一些族群，它跟某一些疾病是有高度的一些关联性的。这个也就是在回忆到我们刚刚讲的这个极易多重纠结的这样一个问题。那实际上我们看到的，在所谓的糖尿病上面，在美国的黑人、原住民还有有色人种之中，他们的得这个疾病的可能性是白人人种的8倍。那如果我们来看到我所任教的亚利桑那州，我们有70%的原住民，他其实是患有这个糖尿病的，其实是从1960年代以来到现在都一直有这样子的一个问题，所以再度的来去验证了所谓的极易多重纠结 Syndemic 这样一个概念。
So beginning in the 1970s, because of these conditions, there was the rise of a movement calling for food sovereignty. This movement started in 1996 at the World Food Summit, and food sovereignty is defined as, quote, the ability of countries and communities to control their own food supplies, unquote. The notion that people have a sovereign right to food is affirmed in an array of international instruments, including the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. For over 30 years, Indigenous people have been formally organizing around this now globally recognized concept. And at one time, over 3,000 plant species were used for humans for food, but today, only 150 kinds of plants are used by humans around the world. So we've gone from 3,000 to 150, and in some cases, many of those seeds are just extinct. To counter this risk, Indigenous and ethnic minority groups are organizing to protect first foods, to reclaim ancient grains. Yesterday, our presenter, Brian, called them small grains, that have been freely sown and shared for millennia, such as drought-tolerant grains and seeds, including teff and sorghum in Africa, and millet here in Taiwan.
在这边想要再进一步来讲到粮食正义或者是粮食主权的这个议题。粮食正义的议题是在70年代开始被提出的。粮食主权 （sovereignty） 这个字是在1996年的世界粮食高峰会上面所提出的。这边来讲到的一个种族呢，它必须要有权利能够来控制它自己的食品的供应还有来源，他们有权利获得有文化意义还有营养丰富的食物，是这样子说的。那像这样子的一个概念，其实我们在联合国的人权公约还有原住民权利公约之中，我们都可以来见到。在过去，我们人类经常食用的植物性的食物的来源大概有3000种，如今很多的物种已经绝种，已经不再耕种，已经降到了150种。因此，我们这次才会一直来去强调，我们一直来去研究原住民它的食物文化的这个多样性。世界上各地的原住民的社群都非常积极的在进行所谓的一些传统的植物的物种的一些复耕，比如说昨天 Brian 有跟我们讲到的，那在过去的几千年之中，我们看到了在非洲的使用的这个高粱，还有我们台湾这边一直提到这个小米，都是其中非常好的例子。
So many of you know that from my first book, I introduced a concept that I called the literature of environmental justice. But in my recent work, I'm changing that notion to the literature of intergenerational justice. I think intergenerational justice conveys something that we really want to convey, which is we're not going to have a future unless we ensure the rights and survival of the future generations as well as the generations that are here. So Ana Castilla's So Far From God is one example of the literature of intergenerational justice, as is Lucy Tapahanso's The Women Are Singing. In this book, she writes about her traditional homeland and her traditional foods.
那我们刚刚讲到的这本书，还有接下来我们来看到的这样子的一个Lucy Tapahanso， 她也是我们一直要来跟大家提倡的一个代表。在过去我们一直讲到环境的正义，但是我们在看到在近代的一些文学的创作里面，有越来越多的所谓的世代正义的文献，其这样子的这个文学慢慢的显现出来。其实这也是反映到大家对于环境危机的忧虑，因为我们现在不好好的保护环境，我们是不会有未来的。我们如何的来去确保未来子孙他能够使用这个环境的权利，而不要将资源在我们这一代就来将以耗尽哦。所以其实我们看到很多的这个文学呢，讲到的不只是环境，甚至是世代的这个正义。那么我们看到这一位的原住民诗人，他是这个原住民研究的这个讲师，而且他本身呢，他写了非常多有关于原住民他的食物的多样性，还有原住民的土地正义以及世代正义相关的一些诗文。
Tapahansa writes about a hero, or at least in American culture, he has been considered a hero, Kit Carson, but he's not remembered as a hero among the Dene. He's remembered as a murderous villain who in 1864 rounded up 8,000 Dene, killed all their sheep, burned all their gardens, and forced them to walk more than 300 miles from their home to a desolate military fort in southern New Mexico. Many died along the way, and many were murdered. Those who survived had only brackish water to drink, and the military issued starving families only white sugar flour, and lard to supplement their meager crops. When they were finally allowed to return home, they were never allowed to return completely to their traditional foodways. And they were only allowed to eat government distributed processed food, which continued to be the staple in their diet. And this is one of the reasons why historically they still experience such high rates of diabetes.
在这张照片里面，他其实是美国的拓荒者卡森，大家应该有听过他。那很多人把他叫做是美国西部拓荒的一个民族英雄，但是很多的原住民呢叫他是一个谋杀者，因为他在1864年他围捕了8000名的这个纳瓦霍的原住民，强迫他们步行300英里，最后把他们囚禁到新墨西哥的一个军事的堡垒之中。那么很多的原住民呢，在这样一个漫长的死亡行军之中而丧生了。那后来到达这边，强迫他们迁徙之后，官方也不准他们食用传统的食物。那么分给他们的这个粮食的配给之中呢，就是只有猪油、面粉还有白糖。那所以呢，就在这样一个过程之中，他们的传统的文化就丧失了。这也是冰山的一角，显示着美国原住民的文化那如何的在丧失的过程之中，导致现在，因为他们采取了这样的一个所以比较现代的饮食，所以他们的糖尿病的这个糖尿病的这个几率呢居高不下，它其实是有一个历史来源的。
So today the Dene still are experiencing these historical traumas. These historical traumas remain, and they take the form of ongoing food and housing insecurities and high rates of cancer linked to intensive coal and uranium mining, long-term food insecurities linked to high rates of type 2 diabetes among the Dene can be linked also to the reasons why the whole Navajo Nation is sometimes referred to as a food desert, because this massive, what's called a reservation still only has 13 full-service grocery stores for 27,000 square miles. These accumulated stressors help to explain why in the spring of 2020, the Dene were a population with the highest COVID infection rates per capita in the US.
像刚刚讲到的这一些历史上的创伤，也对应到了我们现在来看到的这个 Navajo 这个族群，美国原住民的族群，因为历史上的这个开放性，有这个放射性物质的有毒物质这个采矿，他们的癌症的几率是最高，而且因为长期的呢采用所谓的非传统的饮食，成人糖尿病的比率也是最高。在他们这样一个他们的这个原住民的领地它这个总面积是高达了27000平方英里呢的，只有13家可以采买新鲜蔬果的这些店。所以实际上在2020年疫情的高峰的时候，全美国之中呢 COVID-19 它的染疫率最高的也是这个 Navajo 这个地方。
And I wanted to link this to Taiwan as well, because these processes are at work globally. And there are many examples of the literature of environmental justice and the literature of intergenerational justice here in Taiwan as well. And this is one of the things that we've had opportunities to share with each other over the years. And so I'm going to just use one example that I know about that Professor Wong has introduced me to, and that is the novel of Atayal Ryder, the 2010 novella, The Homeland of the Mountains. I'm sorry, I couldn't find a photo of the cover of the novel, so I used some of our former field trip photographs instead. So the author's name is Rumi Aki, and Professor Wong can correct my pronunciation. But this novel focuses on first foods and the consequences for Austronesian-speaking peoples of successive waves of colonization in Taiwan that have displaced many from their homes and interrupted their access to culturally meaningful foods. As Professor Wong writes in her eco-critical analysis of the novel pivots around the life of Yahweh, an Atayal woman and her sons who are searching for the recovery of their tribe's values and beliefs. Aki maps the route of Yahweh's family's migration from the central mountains of Taiwan to the southern village of Namaisa in the 1960s, and later their return to the mountains to reestablish their ties to the tribe's culture and foodways.
刚刚跟大家提到的环境正义，还有世代正义，以及原住民议题之间连结的这样一个议题，在台湾也是有多所讨论的。那我们这边跟大家讲到有一本小说叫做《Homeland of the Mountain》，应该叫做怀乡，它的作者是泰雅族的作家木易阿纪。他所来写的，他这边就来讲到了这个主题，就是台湾的南岛民族长期被殖民，还有后续的一些影响，以及原住民的饮食多样性以及文化的丧失等等的。那之前在台湾的王教授有针对这本书，他有做一些评论。那书中的主角叫做腰尾，那她的这是一位女性，跟她的儿子在60年代呢搬到城市，后来又回到自己的家乡来去寻根，来去富裕原住民食物的这一场旅程。
Key also illustrates how care for the mountain forests is intimately connected to foodways upon which Aboriginal people depend for their collective health. She weaves in discussion of the danger of state-owned forestry practices that destroy ecosystems and encroach on agile ancestral hunting grounds. In passages dealing with traditional foods, Aki is urging her readers to see the connections between the loss of access to wild foods, highway construction, deforestation, and climate change. Again, syndemic, highway construction. You wouldn't really think of that as an epidemic, right? But here in Taiwan, everyone knows about the landslides and everyone knows about the connections between highway construction and climate change. So in her article, Professor Wang doesn't use the term syndemic, but shows us linked epidemics by using this novel of intergenerational justice written by Aki.
同样的，用这样子的一本小说呢，我们也是可以看到，它里面有非常多的琢磨，是在讲到说，政府有很多这些国有的林场纷纷的建立，而侵蚀了原住民他的狩猎的这些场所。同时，作者也是呼吁到大家来去关注在所谓的原住民他的传统的饮食的文化，还有他在野外采集文化的丧失或者是受限，还有政府的纷纷的新建这些公路而造成的山崩土石流的状况，以及呢。这个森林砍伐，还有所谓的这个全球环境变迁等等之间的问题，其实王教授他在对这一本书的评论里面也都有提到，像这一些所谓的不同的危机因素的交互加成的效果，也呼应到我这一次的主题 Syndemic。
So getting back to the Humanities Lab, these are the kinds of novels or literature of environmental justice that we read in the first half of the course. But in the second half of the course, we ask the students to come up with projects. Now, if you teach courses on environment, you probably know, like I do, that if all you do is focus on the problems, your students will become anxious, sometimes even depressed, and they feel so much better if they can do something. They want to do something. And so a humanities lab gives them the opportunity to actually come up with projects of their own in which they get to do something. So in the second half of the course, we apply the knowledge and methods and tools of the humanities and economics that we've learned, and students form their own teams. They get to work they come up with their own ideas for projects that can help solve real world problems. One group in my class helped start a school garden at a local school so that young children could learn where their food comes from and how to grow it. And another group decided to come up with a project to help eliminate single-use plastics that go into the waste stream. They invented a portable. Now you have to understand this thing about ASU. ASU's mascot is the sun devil, and the devil's always holding up a devil's fork. So they came up with an idea to create a spork, a portable spork that everybody can take with them to the fast food restaurants so they don't have to use plastic cutlery. And they came up with a little campaign that played on our university's mascot called Sporks Up. Imagine how happy these students are when they not only can, solve a problem, but do it creatively. So everybody was, in our class at least, was saying, sporks up, and they were having a really good time. So it gives them an opportunity to put, put their knowledge into action and become a community of purpose.
在最后，想要再回应到刚刚跟大家提到，在我们大学的人文实验室，这个是学生主导的社区的专案，学生做了非常多的一些计划。因为大家通常在上课的时候会讲到我们原住民遇到的问题、环境的议题，一直在关注在问题面，却没有让学生呢来去真正的去思考，能够找出问题的解决的方向，的确是会非常的可惜。所以在这边，我们有来自不同学术文化背景的学生，一起来研究重大的社会的问题，来去建构研究如何研究这个问题来产生解决的方案。比如说在期末，我们学生就以人文跟经济的这些学科的结合，他就做了一些专案。有些学生他在当地的小学，他去呢协助小学做一个菜园，让大家认识自己食物的来源。那么还有另外一个学生，他就是用原住民的这个神奇的图腾呢，那这个原住民的神奇里面呢有一个神，他是拿着一个叉子的，所以他就希望能够，他就做出了一个呢非常新的一个叉子加汤匙的一个呢环保的这个吃东西的这个用具，所以就可以减低我们原住民社群里面单一次来去使用的抛弃式塑胶的这些用品的使用，所以这些都是非常确切的例子，能够来讲到的我们学生所主导的这些社区专案是怎么样子的真正产生实质的效应。
So now I'm going to speed up a little bit because we are amazingly only, I think, 3 minutes over time. So we're kind of still within our time range, but I'm going to speed up a little and just say, I saw my students transform themselves from a community of interest into a community of practice and then become a community of purpose. I believe that that's exactly what we've been doing with all of our projects around the world. In each observatory, we have been transforming ourselves from community of interest so that we could become communities of purpose. And then next slide, just really quickly. In 2021, the Humanities for the Environment became one of the co-founders of Bridges, the UNESCO Bridges Humanities-led Sustainability Science Coalition. In 2013, aspirationally, we said, wow, there's no humanists on the IPCC. There's no humanists at Future Earth. We aspire to international purpose and action. And in 2021, I'm happy to report that we have become that community of purpose. And it looks like we might even have a place at some of the next big international meetings. So we're becoming that community of purpose that we set as our mission. And we hope to really put into practice a lot of the principles and goals that we set for ourselves in 2013.
刚刚跟大家讲到有不同的这些社群，有共同的兴趣跟关注点的社群，我们再进一步的到达有共同的实作的社群，那么最后我们抵达的是真正能够带来实质转变的所谓的目标社群。在这边也很高兴的跟大家讲到，在2013年HfE 跟其他的一些国际的组织，我们去共同的成立了这样一个联合国教科文组织内唯一一个，而且也是以人文科学为中心的永续发展的科学专案，叫做 Bridges。那么呢，这成为教科文组织，它在一些人文科学教育政策行动方案上面，它需要获得建议跟专业知识的时候，它所要仰赖的一个讨论还有互动一个框架。大家如果来去看到联合国的一些底下一些组织，比如说 ITCC 还有 Future Earth 未来地球的这一些所谓的框架底下，其实非常欠缺的就是人文的关注点。所以呢，我们也非常开心跟大家一起来分享这个消息。最后以这一张投影影片跟各位贵宾做一个总结。我们希望大家能够携手，能够建立以人文学科为主导的有愿景目标的社群。
And finally, I look forward to all of the conversations that we'll have this week about how we will transform ourselves into multiple communities of purpose. And I'm also looking forward to tracking the ways that we, a very motivated community of purpose, the HfE, will continue to place the environmental humanities on the world stage as a strong contributor to equitable, just, sustainable, and transformative change. Thank you.
最后，在 HfE 全球环境人文网络，还有在各地的观察站，我们的推波助澜之下，希望我们能今天一直跟大家讲到的，以人文科学为主导、有愿景目标的社群这个概念，能够在全球能够遍地开花，能够为我们未来能够打造出一个呢，它是一个更具有转变性变革，而且更公平、公正、更永续的未来。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Joni, for the wonderful talk. So now we know we are all the community of interest and we'll become, or we are already the community of action and purpose. I envy you a lot that you have the humanities lab. I wish I had that in my university too. Hopefully we'll bring this idea back to where we work and expand the scope of all the influence. Thank you for the talk. We do have some questions online. Even though we are short of time, it will be a pity if we do without the questions. So first of all, we'll read the questions or comments from online and then welcome feedback from the audience on site and then the response from Professor Adamson. Okay, can you read the comments?
There's actually only one comment right now from Maury. He says the high COVID infection rate of the dying people also related to the lack of clean energy and poor indoor air pollution. This is also an issue of climate energy justice, fixing indoor air pollution problems that are raising Native Americans' COVID-19 risk. And he included an article.
So it's a comment from Morris. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that that's an excellent example of linked epidemics. Infrastructural injustices are just as responsible for high rates of COVID. So that's a great comment. Thank you, Maury.
我们在网络上有一个不是个问题，是个评论。他这边讲到，刚刚讲者的论述之中有提到，原住民他的 COVID 的染病阳性率是特别的高，相较于其他的族群。那这边有一位线上的观众跟我们来补充，他说主要的也是呢，在原住民的社群之中，它的洁净的能源的来源、能源的取得，还有也就是它是不是有室内的这些空气啊、AC 等等的呢？这些基础建设的缺乏，也是导致他们染疫率居高不下的原因。
Thank you. Questions, comments, feedback from the audience? Okay, yes, please. Professor Lin, right? From Medical University, right?
Hello, John. I'm very glad to know your ideas of the syndemic. I think it really describes current everyday lives under the multiple challenges of diseases, climate changes, and the problems of capitalism and development, all of which has combined together to impact on our everyday lives, to force everybody in the world to look back what happened in the past 400 or years of colonialism and the development mentalities. What have we done to the earth? What we are going to do for the next step? So today your talk really put very nicely all together of the common challenges all the human beings face in our current 21st century, which we thought which we think we are at the best, the prime of the development of the technology, of the best of the harvest of the capitalism, but it is not. I think really the syndemic really warned everybody to look at what our beliefs have have done wrong. What happened? What's wrong? And to address those problems, to revise our actions, to promote for a better future for the next generations. So I thank you for your talk. Really address all these important issues that we have to look at. I think this is a very good opening talk to for the following 2 days conference. For why we are here together, we are here to do something to make the world better. And so I really appreciate the ideas you bring to us and remind us what we are going to do in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that comment. It was incredibly perceptive and wise, and I want to, thank you so much for the comment. But what do the humanities do? I like to tell my students not to get too depressed because we do have all the technology to turn this around if we just will. So what will the humanities do? What are the role of the humanities? We're here to help people understand, why do humans make the choices they make? And how can imagination and storytelling and narratives help us turn this around and help motivate humans to make better choices? So thank you for that comment. And then what we'll do is we'll help think about how stories, narratives, imagination can help us make better choices going forward.
Okay, thank you. Maybe 1 or 2 more comments from Professor Huang first, and
刚
then
刚这一段要不要翻译？
对，请。
OK， 不用
不
了。
用
OK， 好。
Okay, 2 more feedback comments.
Well, thank you, Professor Adamson, for this wonderful talk. I just want to put a show note about the novel that you just mentioned by Taya writer, Nemuyagi for Taiwanese audience. Nemuyagi 泰雅作家山樱花的故乡，他选的时候把2个字漏掉了哈 ，Homeland of Mountain Cherry Blossoms， 山樱花的故乡。Yes.
Wait, okay. Thank you. I have a question about classroom issues. Like you mentioned about, I really appreciate the idea of putting a humanities scholar working with a social scientist and the great project you design for your students. When you're talking about making the students reading Native American novel, there's sort of like an intervention in terms of historical narrative. Like a hero or a pioneer, traditionally believed to be a hero, could become a villain or a murderer after reading that novel. I was wondering if there's any kind of politically heated debates happening in the classroom, or students, when they found out this hero could be a murderer, was there any kind of reaction, strong reaction from the students? And if that ever happened, how do you manage that kind of in-class debates or heated discussions about historical revisions? Thank you.
So are you referring to a specific novel in which the hero becomes a murderer? What?
Yeah. You mentioned about making student reading. I can't remember the title.
The Carson story.
Oh, Kit Carson.
Yeah, Kit Carson. Yes.
Kit Carson is a famous quote unquote cowboy, hero in American patriotic mythologies, but he actually was a murderer. So you're asking me if I get pushback when they discover that Kit Carson is a murderer?
Yeah. Did you ever get reactions from students when they felt like this wasn't the kind of historical narrative I was familiar? Yeah. How did you manage that kind of reaction?
I've actually never gotten pushback on Kit Carson. Yeah, I think everybody sort of knows by now that he wasn't as great as great a hero as he was once purported to be. So no, I don't get pushback on that. And in fact, I think it helps students to understand where these infrastructural and historical injustices get rooted and why they're still there and how we might work to change them.
Thank you. I think Professor Yiping Liang has a question or comment to make.
No. I really don't have a question. I just want to thank Joni for this wonderful talk that brings back lots of good memory, from the year 2007 and so on and so forth. I was struck on the notion that your new concept of literature transgenerational or intergenerational justice, especially in the context of Native American lit. So I've been thinking, it reminds me the reading of Native American lit, the figure of the grandparents. Yeah, where do the intergenerational comes from? So I've been thinking like, Housemaid of Dawn or, Sundown by John Joseph Matthews. But I guess the best example, maybe one of the best example would be Lullaby by Leslie Merman Silko. The singing of the lullaby from the beginning, from the grandparents and to the female protagonist and onto the scene of with the snow. So I think that really emphasizes how narratives actually carries on that intergenerational memory, and how in your current rendition, the literature of intergenerational justice really brings back, the common. I'm thinking of the ASLE news, call for paper, reclaiming the common, how the common of intergenerational justice, intergenerational poetics, and intergenerational memory in the context of a future that is better for everyone. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you for that wonderful comment. And just quickly, yes, Indigenous literatures are perfect for the notion of intergenerational justice, because as those of you who read Indigenous literature, and I think a lot of people in this room are Indigenous studies scholars, understand that the concept of all our relations is intergenerational. And when we look at the concept of all our relations, and then we put it into the context of the rights of nature movement, which is based on legal standing of personhood in a court of law, but then we link that to our understanding of persons in Indigenous mythologies, oral traditions, and written literatures. And we understand that persons are everything. You're a person, a buffalo is a person. We're all persons in relationship to other persons, and we all have standing in the world, and the standing is life. So intergenerational justice literature makes a lot of sense, especially when you put it in the context of Indigenous literatures. Thank you so much for that comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the comments, feedback, and question. Especially thanks to Professor Adamson's inspiring talk. We do learn a lot from it. I think we have to end our session here, but our conversation can continue. Thank you very much, and thank you all for the participation. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Adamson and Dr. Zhang. And now we will have a short tea break until about 10:45. And some refreshments have been prepared in the Kitchen of Science here on the 5th floor to your right. And after the break, we will have 2 concurrent paper presentations. One on food cultures in Asia here at a little warm pond, and the other is on food systems and practice over at the Kitchen and Science. Thank you.
边，座位的中间。喂，喂喂，mic check，一二三，一二三，一二三，一二三。喂喂，一二三，一二三，这样可以吗？有点回音，可能跟你那一只太接近了，所以会有回音。我刚这个开了，我把这关掉了。要用这个吗？要改用这个？喂喂，一二三四五，觉得可以吗？一二三四五，一二三四五。对，可以，刚刚好像少一只的感觉。对，那我带这个啊，哦，该还好，大家就是大家听起来觉得清楚就可以啊。哦，好，OK 吗？只是这个有套到线上哈，有串码哈，有这边我现在讲话好像它有在亮，这样就表示是有的。好，那我就先下线。需要一个高脚椅。
等一下，我那边是哦，对，因为那个有声音啊，所以我现在是二跟四啊，然后二四，对啊，所以刚刚是麦克风测试。麦克风测试，麦克风，二的声音好像
麦克风。
对啊，那是不是有？麦克风测试哦。
National Sun Yat-sen University.
Hi. So now we will proceed to our presentation, and I'm very honored to help moderate this panel. For this panel, we have 4 presenters. The first presenter is Muka Bayrak. Okay. Muka is now an assistant professor at Department of Geography at National Taiwan Normal University. He does research on climate change in the Mekong region in Vietnam, and he's currently, this is a very honorable thing, an Einstein Fellow of Taiwan's Ministry of Science and Technology. His research interests are very broad, but are mainly concerned with political ecology, climate change, adaptation, Indigenous and local communities and development issues in Southeast and East Asia. Our second presenter is Professor Lu Liru. We're a colleague, we're from the same university, National Science and University. And Professor Lu is a professor of English in our school. Her research include early American literature, English and American nature writing, travel writing, and 19th century Taiwan studies, environmental humanities. She's the author of Writing the Wilderness Environment, the Discourse of Wilderness Preservation, Attacks American Environmental Writers, and many, many other books. And our third presenter for today is Professor Catherine Yalan Zhang. She is a professor in the English Department at National Taidong University in Taiwan. Her research interests include critical plant studies, eco-Buddhism, and ecofeminism. Her latest publications include Seeing Connections, an ecofeminist peace study of Wu Mingyi's The Stolen Bicycle, and a vegetal turn and eco-eroticism. Plants Desire Women and Plant Spirit and Hot House Flowers and the 9 Plants of Desire. And our last presenter is actually online. He is Kaitaro Morita, is a part-time lecturer at Ryukyu University in Tokyo, where he teaches the environmental humanities, education for sustainable development, and academic writing. He's also a professional Japanese-English simultaneous interpreter and translator. His publications include a queer eco-feminist reading, Matsuri by Hiromi Ito, and many, many other books. Now let's welcome our first presenter, Mukai Bayrak, and his topic today is climate change and resilience capacities of farmers in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta, a case study on the transition to rice shrimp farming in Kiên Gam province. Please.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let's do it by microphone. Thank you very much, Professor Xu, for hosting this panel, and thank you very much for the organizers for organizing this, and thank you very much for everyone here for being here. So I would like to briefly talk about the research that we have done in the past few years, and most of my research has been done with okay. Microphone. Okay. So worldwide, farmers are key practitioners of climate change adaptation. Wherever you go, local farmers, they always show some, initiatives of adapting to climate change. And local farmers have learned to shift their livelihoods to accommodate to changing environments, especially in relation to climate change. The negative impacts of climate change are compounding impacts, meaning they happen at the same time. There are drought, flooding, or lack of flooding is also a disaster. Saline intrusion, sea level rise, weather variability, changing temperatures. But this is also in combination with other factors like transboundary governance challenges, government policies or the lack of or the failure of, market integration, urbanization, poverty, migration flows, and so on. So it is never that farmers have only climate change to adapt to. There's so many things happening at the same time that it would be a false assumption that you have climate change, a farmer, and an adaptation. There are so many things happening at the same time, as I will talk about in today's case study. So yeah, I just thought I show the theoretical framework that we use because I actually submitted this abstract in 2020 and was a paper that we are working on. But yeah, due to the pandemic, it's now 2022 and the paper is published now. So later I will show you also where you can find the paper. But basically, I wanted to find out how external factors like climate change, but also other socioeconomic drivers and social discourses on climate change affect the resilience of local farmers in the Mekong Delta of Vietnam. And basically what I wanted to find out is that in terms of resilience, it doesn't work for some reason. Oh yeah, in terms of resilience, that if farmers are adapting to climate change, they have 3 resilience capacities that they deal with. One is called absorptive capacity. Absorptive capacity is, for example, they have exposure to climate change and they slightly modify their farming practices, or they change their farming practices, or they change when they are harvesting or sowing. Adaptive capacity meaning maybe they adopt additional livelihoods together with farming as a way to cope with climate change, or they change different crops, or they do different kinds of farming practices completely. And transforming capacity, meaning maybe they will give up farming, maybe they migrate, maybe they adopt non-farming livelihoods, and so on. So I wanted to find out to what extent does climate change affect those resilience capacities of farmers. But before we talk about the theory, I want to talk about Vietnam's Mekong Delta. And Vietnam's Mekong Delta is a very interesting place, especially from a political ecology perspective, but also, you know, today's conference is about food futures. Mekong Delta is often labeled as the rice basket of Vietnam and the rest of the world. Mekong Delta is so fertile that it combines more agricultural produce than Japan and Korea combined. It's a very fertile region. But the region is also facing various environmental, but also non-environmental challenges. Or, you know, man-made challenges. We have droughts, we have flooding, we have transboundary water governance and upstream hydropower development. Yeah, every time up in China or in Thailand, they decide to cut off the water, farmers downstream are just without water. We have land subsidence, we have saline intrusion, rising sea level rise. We have government policies and, more importantly, mismanagement. We have sand mining and so on. The Mekong Delta is one of the most human-engineered deltas in the world. Yeah, so if we talk about climate change, we also have to talk about, well, what have humans done to the delta, not only within the delta, but also transboundary in terms of upstream hydropower development and so on. In 2019-2020, the delta faced its worst drought in over 100 years, which made the color of the Mekong River from brown, yeah, to deep blue. Deep blue. What does it mean? There was no sediments. There's no sediments. So that you can imagine that it has a huge impact on local farming systems. So I did research in Xinjiang province. It's a map here. Yeah, I'm a geographer, so we always have to show the map. Yeah, otherwise we don't know what we are talking about. It's a mainly rural province. It's along the coast. And farmers in Xinjiang province, traditionally, they have been rice farmers. So traditionally, farmers, they would grow 1 crop a year. Yeah, because during they would wait for the flooding season to happen, and then and after that they would grow rice. But farmers in Xinjiang province, they are expected to transition their agricultural system from rice farming to rice shrimp or shrimp farming. So rice shrimp farming, meaning that they would, you know, like they would switch it, and shrimp farming meaning they would just give up rice farming altogether. And why is that the case? Because in the province they face problems with sea level rise and saline intrusion, and then the government said, well, you know what, let the brackish water come in. Yeah, let the brackish water come in. Let's do shrimp farming. Why? Because shrimp can thrive in a saline environment. So the government was like, okay, well, instead of rice farming, let the brackish water come in. Yeah, let the salt water come in and transition to shrimp farming. Yeah, because the government's idea is you have a win-win situation. Win is with shrimp, you can produce more, you can make more profit. Yeah, so you have a higher profitability. And also win is we don't have to worry about sea level rise or saline intrusion because people shifted to shrimp farming. So in Xinjiang, 300,000 hectares of land is used for rice cultivation and 80,000 hectares of land is for rice shrimp farming. And the government wants to double this amount of land because the province has been heavily affected by seasonal saline intrusion. So we wanted to find out whether shifting to shrimp farming or to rice shrimp farming increased farmers' resilience or farmers' resilience capacity. So we did household surveys with rice farmers, with rice shrimp farmers, and with shrimp farmers. So we had 3 groups that we wanted to compare them with. We had rice farmers, then we had rice shrimp farmers that were doing both, and then we had extensive shrimp farmers. And one wanted to know, well, how are these 3 different groups affected by climate change and other factors, and yeah, which group is actually benefiting most from this transition. So we ask farmers about how do they experience climate change, and the idea of climate change, you know, the government thought that climate change has a positive effect in the sense of farmers can shift to rice shrimp farming so they can get a higher profit. And, you know, as an adaptation strategy, they thought, well, this would work out. And if we looked at the income, rice shrimp farmers were earning significantly more than rice farmers and shrimp farmers. Yeah. And 80% of the rice farmers strongly experienced increased unpredictable weather, whereas rice shrimp and shrimp farmers, this was 53% and 30% respectively. But if you actually look at who was affected most by climate change, it were actually shrimp farmers. Why? Because shrimp farmers, they were usually living along the coast, and the saline intrusion was this severe that even shrimp farming was kind of very hard to do. Yeah, the saline intrusion was this severe that even for shrimp, raising shrimp, it was just not a right thing to do. So that is one of the findings that we found. But at the same time, rice farmers, they often claimed to recover the same level as before when they experienced climate-induced events as rice shrimp and extensive shrimp farmers. So rice farmers, they usually claim to recover faster than rice shrimp and shrimp farmers. Because why is that the case? Rice farmers often adopted multiple livelihoods. So rice farmers, in addition to rice farming, they would maybe engage in businesses, or they would engage in land work, or they would lease out their land. They would usually have multiple types of livelihoods. That was their way of coping with climate change. So they had a very strong case of livelihood diversification. But my research also found out that there were also cultural aspects of transitioning to rice shrimp farming or shrimp farming is because in the area you have a lot of Kin people, the Vietnamese people living, but you also have a lot of Khmer people. Those are, the Khmer people also live in Cambodia, but in Vietnam they're one of the minorities. And a lot of Khmer farmers, they lack knowledge to engage in shrimp farming because of cultural differences, because they might not understand the workshops given by the government and so on. But what makes a household resilient? Well, we ask farmers, okay, you're dealing with climate change, you're dealing with drought, you're dealing with saline intrusion. How do you cope with that? And a lot of farmers, they say, well, when our crops face damage, we just let it be. Yeah, we just hope that for the next time it's not going to be severe. So a lot of farmers, rice farmers especially, they say, well, they did not implement adaptation measures because it was very hard to adapt. You have to imagine that if a certain area decides to engage in shrimp farming, everyone has to do it. Why? Because when the government lets water come in, it's saline. Yeah, so it's impossible to grow rice. So it sometimes caused conflicts among farmers because some farmers wanted to engage in shrimp farmers, other farmers didn't want to do it, but they share the same water resources. So you had a lot of water-related conflicts among the farmers. And 75% of the respondents even considered migrating to city as a result of climate events. But our research shows that the determining factors of coping with climate change is on one hand crop diversification, because rice farmers, what they also do is instead of growing rice, they would also grow other crops. Yeah, because imagine if you grow shrimp, you cannot grow any other crops. Yeah, the only thing that you are raising is shrimp. Yeah, because anything else, you are not able to do that. But if you grow rice, you are also able to grow other crops. So rice farmers, they grow multiple crops in order to deal with climate change. Governmental support was also a big factor of how farmers dealt with climate change. They would get subsidies or they would get grants or things like this. And income diversification, like I mentioned before, is a very important factor. But if you look at resilience capacities, well, monocrop rice farmers had a very high exposure to climate change. They had government supports to cope with drought, but they were being pushed to become shrimp farmers. Yeah, the government's vision of the Mekong Delta is to change it from the rice basket of the world to the rice shrimp fruit basket of the world. Yeah, so a lot of farmers were being pushed to grow shrimp. Yeah, so farmers that were not able to do that, sometimes they had to migrate, sometimes they had to move out. And for the government, it was easy to say, well, they moved out because they couldn't cope with climate change. No, they moved out because they couldn't cope with the government's idea of changing the Mekong Delta into a more a higher form of agriculture. But many rice farmers were able. They claimed that they were able to recover from climate-related events, and that's it. Then rice shrimp farmers seems to be adapted the best to climate change, even though they also had a high exposure. But the problem is with rice shrimp farmers is because they decided to do rice shrimp farming, this was going to be their only livelihood. So in case saline intrusion becomes worse, or in case climate change effects worsen, they have a problem. Yeah, because extensive shrimp farmers are already facing the problem that the water is too saline. So a lot of rice shrimp farmers, they were now making they had a higher income. They seems to be best adapted to climate change. But at the same time, they face the risk, especially with climate change, that in the future, their livelihoods wouldn't be sustainable anymore. And then lastly, the extensive shrimp farmers, they were suffering the most from climate change. If they were facing problems related to shrimp disease, they would just catch whatever they could. They were just surviving from day to day, hoping that the situation would improve because they did not implement any adaptation measures. And like I said before, for them, it was very hard to diversify crops. And many of them were thinking of leaving farming altogether and either moving to a city or, work in one of the many industrial zones that are popping up now in the Mekong Delta. I just came back from Anjang province, a neighboring province. You see industrial zones popping up everywhere. Yeah, and they have nothing to do with agriculture anymore. It's more things like this. So it's a very short talk, but I realized I had 15 minutes. Maybe I'm over time, but for now, rice shrimp farmers seems to be most resilient to climate events, followed by rice farmers and shrimp farmers. But government support is often crucial, and it remains unclear whether top-down adaptation to climate change would support the farmers on the long term. Because as you can imagine, Vietnam has a very top-down governance structure. So if the government tells everyone, okay, you have to transition to rice shrimp farmers, rice shrimp farming, farmers had some ways to resist, yeah. But if the government says, okay, we're going to open up this whole area for rice shrimp farming, you either, you follow along or you migrate, yeah. Because once the area is opened up for shrimp farming, there's basically very hard to grow rice or other crops. So yeah, that's my talk. So thank you all for listening. So these are some readings if you're interested in that, because I can imagine not everything is clear, but yeah, this has been published in the meanwhile. So thank you all for listening, and I hope you have an amazing conference, and I think the Q&A will be at the end. Yeah, so thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks to Professor Barak. Now let's welcome our second presenter, Professor Lu from National Science and University. Her topic today is food resources in the oceanic turn to 19th century Western travelers' natural historical inquiries into Formosan oceanic food resources. Welcome, Professor Lu.
It's okay. Okay. Actually, I have changed the focus of my topic. My topic is food resources and the oceanic turn to 19th century Western travelers' nature history carries into the oceanic animals. This is the overview of my paper. The first part, Formosa and the oceanic animals. The second part is the context of Formosa nature history, while the third part is dealing with traveling nature histories, the oceanic turn, blue humanities, and the environmental representations of 19th century oceanic animals. The fourth part is focusing on writing oceanic animals in the nature histories of theory and Collingwood. And the final part is the comparison. And these are some keywords. I'll show it later. And this is the map of 19th century Formosa. And I will focus on Joseph's theories and Collingwood. Let me read my abstract. For most of the 19th century Western travelers, the island of Formosa was little known. There was a great abundance of nature productions of food resources, including agricultural products and oceanic creatures, such as sharks, sea jellies, and fish in the island. These natural resources impelled the entry into Formosa of Western travelers, Navy investigators, diplomats, merchants, and naturalist scientists after the opening of Daco Port and the Keelung Port for trade in 1860. These travelers documented the island largely unknown landscapes and natural resources, particularly its food resources. This paper focuses on the natural historical inquiries into Formosan oceanic food resources of two 19th century travelers, Collingwood and Theory. And it explores the historical and literary underpinnings of the oceanic food resources in Iceland's early environmental history and is interested to examine the ways Theory and Collingwood represented Formosa's oceanic food resources in their traveling nature histories. This essay addresses the following questions. What might be the links between 19th century natural historical representation of Formosa's oceanic food resources and the travel narrative? How did Collingwood and Theory detail Formosa's oceanic animals and marine food resources, such as fishes and sharks and so on, and how they constructed the natural historical knowledge about Formosan oceanic creatures? How might Theories and Collingwood's traveling nature history reveal an ecological consciousness embedded in the environmental history of exploitation of 19th century Formosa's ocean and its resources? Okay, so the first writer I would like to explore is Theory. He is a 19th century American naturalist, and actually he is a professor of nature history in Michigan University, and he mainly writes two books. The first book is Formosa and its inhabitants, and the second writing is Letters from Formosa. And he travels Daco Port, so he reports the marine animals. And let us share this passage. The coast of the island, of course, means Formosa, abound in fish, and the list of all the strange forms and colors usually found in tropical waters, sharks. So Theory is describing the fishermen and the sharks of several species are numerous, and the Chinese carry on quite in fishery on them for their fins, which are one of the many strange articles of Chinese food. So depths were continually coming, which had been several miles of shark fishery. And nearly every raft has 1 or 2 sharks on board. So the abundance of natural resources. And these were the 3 or 4 species. So there are many species of sharks in 19th century Formosa, Daco port, but were the most abundant, the plenitude of natural resources, oceanic natural resources, were hammer-headed sharks and whippers. So there are 2 different kinds of sharks. The former, with the eyes placed on large projections from the side of the head, and the other with 1 lobe of the tail enormously lengthened into a narrow, flattened organ that might well serve as a whip. So it is called a whip shark. Shark flesh is eaten by the Chinese, so sharks become the food. And the principal value of the fishery was for the fins, which are dried and shipped into the mainland. For soup. Where is it? For soup. Okay, so let me for soup making 鱼翅. And these are the ports of Daco. We will read a series passages more. And the other, the second writer I would like to explore is Collingwood, and I will make a comparative analysis of their different representation of marine animals or oceanic species. Collingwood is a professor of natural history, and he comes from England, and he is the writer of this work, Rainbows of Naturalists. And he mainly describes the oceanic species in Keelung Harbor. And about the context, perhaps we can take a very quick look about the context of Formosan natural history in the 19th century. I will show you very quickly. There are lots of travelers, lots of writers in the 19th century, and one is Swin Ho. He is also a nature scientist, and he is a diplomat. He writes many articles, the mammals, the birds about Formosa, and he also writes the monkeys, the birds. Basically, he's an ornithologist. And the second one is John Dodd, and he introduces Taiwan tea into America. And he also writes some natural resources, such as many minerals in Formosa. And I'll show it very quickly. The third one is Thompson. He is also a travel writer, and he's a photographer. He mainly writes a book through China with a camera, and the other essay about Southern Formosa. These are his photo. He has taken many photos about Formosa, and the other is theory. I'll skip it very quickly. Okay, and this is his theory drawing about Formosan Aboriginal. And Collingwood, I'll skip it. The book cover. And actually, there are also some other travel writers, but perhaps I will skip it. There is also some Navy travelers, such as Lockhart. He also writes an essay about Formosa, and he is in English Navy investigators. And there is also a person, and his name is Latouche. Latouche mainly focuses on the birds. So in such context, few naturalists focuses on marine animals. Okay, so let's go on. So speaking of natural history, and actually the paper is focusing on natural history, the oceanic turn, and the blue humanities, and the environmental representations. And about speaking of the title of this essay is Oceanic Natural Resources and the Oceanic Turn. And actually, the title of my essay, The Oceanic Turn, comes from Elizabeth de la Fourier's essay titled The Oceanic Turn, Submarine Futures of the Anthropocene. Blue humanities refer to the oceanic turn. It is an emergent special field within the environmental humanities that focuses on the ocean and oceanic species. Highlighting the increasingly aquatic orientation of ecological scholarship, Blue Humanities views ocean as a site of transdisciplinary inquiries and calling attention to the intimate and intricate relationship between humans, more than humans, the oceans. The Blue Humanities makes a shift from terrestrial to the oceanic, particularly in anthropology, geography, history, and literary studies. And oceans as a convergence of space and environment and history. For most of the oceanic spaces and their species have been understood as a material entity. And Blue Humanities emphasizes the materiality of the nation and the marine animals themselves, and it explores the representation about moral and human temporalities of the nation. So humanities positions the subject in the discourse of oceanic species, history, and the environment. And Blue Humanities historicizes nation to care for the ocean and the oceanic species. And next. Yes, this turns the ocean and its resource, oceanic food resources, traveling natural history. And speaking of traveling natural history, I'll read it very quickly. Actually, it is running. Natural history, sorry, composed in the form of combined life accounts and travel journals. Collingwood and Speary's works are the works of natural history. Natural history is generally understood as to refer to the narrative practice of humans in their observations and delineations of the nature or biotic world, often used to refer to the study of all aspects of the world of nature. Natural history records information related to life, of environmental productions, including oceanic animals. Natural history writings draws on scientific knowledge about the nature world. It is a form of beta letters, so it is both science and literature because the genre natural history documents the world captured by human observers in a particular cultural frame. And natural history thus become a balancing act between scientific knowledge and literary sensibility, demonstrating a connection between science, literature, travel, and the natural world, particularly the life world of oceanic. In this paper, the non-human creatures, oceanic creatures. So I'll skip this page. And the following passages, I would like to share some passages from series and Collingwood. And the series, he is the author of Formosa and its inhabitants. So in his natural history, he deals with many, he presents the fecundity of the rich natural resources, such as these passages. Just beyond was the beach where the fishermen were drawing their nets. So the fishers are, they are working. I skip some lines. The waves breaking over them as they worked. Them, the crew of another raft would assist them in casting the net and so on. So there are lots of fishes, fishes of curious kinds of colors and cuttlefishes. So the diversity, fecundity of nature world, the oceanic nature world, and curious horned crabs, several great transparent jellyfishes. Some of them are large and bush measure with tentacles 12 or 15 feet long, very long oceanic creatures. The Chinese made no use of them, okay, etc. So theory combines the representation of the planet. He combines the representations of plenitude and fecundity of Formosa's marine species with delineation of Formosan fishermen's catching and the destruction of oceanic creatures. This is the portrait about the Daco fishermen. They are catching fish by using the nets. And the other passages written by theory, the fishermen are plentifully supplied. Okay, and skip some lines. The cattle fish were cut down one side and the bone taken out, etc. One whole of the nets brought a beautiful living harp shell. So there are different kinds of shells with a large fleshy foot. And the other passages actually, in addition to fishes, theory also describes other oceanic animals, such as this, the fishermen together attacked one of them. Okay, let me go to the previous page. Immediately upon my arrival, I set a market and was soon buying large quantities of living shellfish, corals, and strange fishes, and all kinds of colors. Among other things, the fisherman brought me an immense octopus of devilfish that spread 10 feet from tip to tip of its tentacles and was certainly large enough to be the brothers of the one described by Victor Hugo in the Toilers of the Sea. So theory is using any anecdote. He's telling the story of his contact with these oceanic animals. The Icelanders say that they are dangerous and sometimes draw pigs and even childish into the sea. So it's the legend about the octopus. Sorry. My PPT. Actually, I have some PPT, but I cannot see my computer.试试看。谢谢。Okay.
Professor Liu, sorry, we're already out of time, so could you please just come to your conclusion, give us a quick wrap up of your wonderful talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Renhao. Actually, I would like to analyze lots of passages about Collingwood, about his key. I want to point out that Collingwood is the pioneer. He is a pioneering multi-species ethnographer, and this is the gist of my paper. And the conclusion is that actually, I want to point out that the live writing of marine animals in Collingwood and in series, actually they are even in many in the study of marine animals. The study of marine animals have been absent in East Asian eco-criticism, and Collingwood and Theory, they are the pioneers of the study of marine animals in East Asia. This is my conclusion. Thank you.
Yalan Zhang, and her topic today is reframing care in the age of novel coronavirus, food as medicine on Shu Ying Li and Hui Wencheng's Danshui Happiness Farm. Let's welcome her.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. It's an honor and pleasure to present my paper here in this innovative venue and reunite with several good friends. Okay, and today my topic is reframing in the age of coronavirus, food as medicine on Li Xuying and Chen Huiwen's Danshui Happiness Farm. Okay, I need to, yes, sorry. I hope I know how to adjust that. Okay, wonderful. So in an era marked by the COVID-19 pandemic, broken food systems exacerbate the risk of infection and death. In a 2020 special issue of Bifrost, an online project hosted by the Nordic Network for Interdisciplinary Environmental Studies, environmental humanists raise questions about the term the new normal. Joni Adamson and Stephen Hartman, in one of the issues essays, respond to the coronavirus and propose ways to see, quote, the shared social, biological, and historical drivers of pandemics, end quote. So they define quote unquote global syndemic as a synergy of epidemics or linked epidemics, as we've already seen this, very important knowledge from Professor Adamson in her keynote speech. Within Syndemic, the well-being both now and in the future of humans and non-humans are interwoven in a web of interdependence. So the environmental humanities offer a new way of thinking, or a COVID mind, to use Scott Slovik's term, to respond to COVID-19 and the world's failing food systems in the hope that we can eventually transform our global self into community of care and purpose. So it is with great anticipation that I look forward to Professor Hartman's speech on community of purpose as well. Okay. Environmental humanists have long understood the connections between food insecurity and the development of underlying conditions. So that put humans at more risk for viruses and other diseases. As we face our current unstable normalcy, rethinking and reviewing diets, I argue, is one of the ways to solve the problems. In my paper, I examined Dr. Li Xuying and his wife Chen Huiwen's idea of food and diets to see how they are engaged with an alternative way of farming and offer a new way of thinking with soils to create an agroecological community in Taiwan. In 1991, the Japanese Shomei organization Shinji Shomeikai came to Taiwan to spread its teachings. Due to her fluency in Japanese, Chen ran a box lunch store at that time and was also a translator for Shomei teachers. Chen was invited to Japan Shinji Shomeikai headquarters in October of that year, and then he went back to Taiwan, where, well, okay, in that headquarters, he learned something about natural farming. So Chen returned to Taiwan in 1993 and attempted to grow some food by using natural farming practices with the help of some Shinji Shomeikai volunteers. So one from Japan, one of them is her future husband. So in the end, the two became life and career partners. With the subsidy of New Taipei River Ecology Preservation Association in the first year, Li and Chen rented a land and co-founded the Danshui Happiness Farm, located at the junction between Danshui and Sanzi, as the map shows you right there, northern Taipei, in a rural area. Okay, so next one, I see. So based on her practices in natural farming with her husband, Chen was published. Well, sorry, she has published several books relating to food and health issues, including Eating in Nature, Happy Dining Table, Food Education from Childhood, Slow and Natural Life, 16 Lessons in Food Education. These books emphasize how living on a farm and getting nutritious foods has wholly transformed their family health and well-being, and demonstrate their commitment to a sustainable future. Well, in response to COVID, Li and Chen expressed their concern regarding food supply and the degree of the country's self-sufficiency in an interview in 2020. So maybe we can take a look at this clip. Okay, so maybe you can help me to play this one. Thank you. Just 2 minutes.
まあ、台湾はコロナの影響って各国よりちょっと軽めだとは思うんですけど、食べ物っていうのはどうやって来てるのかっていうこととか、あと国の自給率はどうなってるのかっていうことは、まあ、話題に上ることが多くなりましたし、あと僕らの浮上であるエリアで家庭でマイ菜園っていうのができるようにっていう区画があるんですけど、それの問い合わせが多くなってきてますね。だから自分で土地があって、土地を借りて自分で野菜を作るっていうことの大切さっていうのがコロナとか、世界の動きの中でやっぱり重要視されてるっていうの、これは絶対にその方向に進む时代だと思いますね。
最近因为疫情的关系，就是不能外食，然后选择自己在家里烹调，就是愿意自己做菜的人也变多了。然后因为自己愿意做菜，他们就慢慢去思考说我的菜到底哪里来，然后去关心就是有机蔬菜啊，甚至像人法的蔬菜啦，这样子的人也是越来越多了。所以我觉得其实这个疫情是对我们来讲是一个很好的机会。
Yeah. Okay, so as Li and Chen pointed out that coronavirus teaches people to grow their own food, such as vegetables, and notice the source of the food. Relatedly, environmental humanists are concerned that with human health and actively seek to transform themselves into a community of care in the face of COVID, especially as it becomes clearer how health disparities and social inequalities in the food system are linked. Okay, synergy, right? So that's Joni has already mentioned. Based on Chen's books, my paper is divided into 4 sections, as you can see on this slide. I'm gonna skip this part. And because given the limited time available, I will mainly examine some shared perspectives on communities of care that can be found exemplified in Li and Chen's work as a physician farmer and in developing environmental humanities practices that confront an anthropocentric logic regarding agroecological practices with a reference to Maria Balacasa's idea about making time for soil. Dr. Li Xiying, a physician farmer in Taiwan, has indicated that the abuse of antibiotics in the current conventional agribusiness, current medical treatment of disease shares the same logic as pesticides in conventional agribusiness. So for Li, agriculture and medicine overlap in many places. So the development of a farm like Li and Chen's Danshui Happiness Farm does not happen overnight. The functional and sustainable farm requires long-term trial and error efforts and a firm conviction in the value of natural farming. Their endeavor first to take great pains to overcome the stereotype of viewing soil as dirt. Working the worn-out soil is considered valueless in the eyes of people who believe in techno-scientific productionism, in Balacasa's words. Well, as Chen Huiwen admits, when one begins to partake in natural farming, one is usually confronted with cynicism from other farmers who practice conventional agriculture, who insist that large quantities of fertilizers and pesticides are the only way to guarantee productivity and yield a large harvest. Fully aware of the risks of practicing conventional ways of agriculture farming, Li and Chen believe that if farmers make efforts to take care of the soil willingly, year after year, the land will become healthier and be able to attract more and more members, both human and non-human. So the shift Okay, the shift by environmental humanists and physicians to matters of concern and matters of care lies in how they suggest humans start by changing their daily diets, and exploring the significance of human and non-human relations and worlds. While farmers and physicians devote themselves to building a healthy life circle, most people still flee professions like get dirt under their fingernails. So novelist and essayist Barbara Kingsolver experimented for farming for 1 year by eating and growing her food with her family, as recorded in her book Animal Vegetable Miracle, in which she is committed to maintaining the health of the soil. Kingsolver's ideas about farmers in Letters to a Young Farmer on Food Farming and Our Future, this book, point to a viable way of life that both Dr. Li and Chen would recognize. In her suggestions to the young farmers nowadays who become engaged with this great profession, Kingsolver writes that farming as a profession has a history, a philosophy, a body of science, and the whole libraries of accumulated wisdom. So she emphasizes that it is a unique moment for when people choose to be farmers, because many people in her generation were told to escape from agriculture. As Kingsolver points out that today there are still many negative and hostile stereotypes about farming and farmers that are prevalent in the United States society. So including backwardness, dark skin, lack of smarts, of ambition. So challenging this mindset, Kingsolver claims that we need farmers every single day of our lives, beginning to end, no exceptions. So, well, as most people flee the tyrannies of farm life and the rural stratification, both Li Xuying and Chen Huiwen work to change these negative perceptions. Considering his dual or slash career, Dr. Li states that he finds fulfillment in being a doctor and being involved in farming simultaneously. In Chen's book, Slow and Natural Life, she reiterates her husband's view that a natural farming practitioner tends to have several hidden identities. Namely, they are people who love earth and land, who care about food and diet problems, who are parents devoted to their children, who are pushing the frontiers of eco-agriculture, who are fastidious cooks who care about good food, and who are farmers attempting to regain their dignity. Well, furthermore, Chen also acknowledges in her book that farming involves some uneventful routine, repetition, and a significant amount of time. Well, while running their farm, Li and Chen learn patiently to accept failure due to inexperience and wait for a better harvest next year. In addition, they make time for soil. Just as Bellacasa indicates in her book Matters of Care, that soil relations of care and soil ontologies are intertwined with each other. Bellacasa also argues against the productionism model and the utilitarian care vision, which inclusively enhance the market profits of crops. So soil is not a dead matter, but a vital element to form a community. Soil is full of living entities that contribute to forming multi-species communities, and soil interacts and works with other elements, including air, water, microorganisms, and plants. Likewise, Dr. Daphne Miller, who in her book, Pharmacology, What Innovative Family Farming Can Teach Us About Health and Healing, encourages doctors, because she herself is a physician, encourages doctors to learn from farmers. She argues that sustainable agriculture is able to teach us about health and healing. And she also recognizes the pivotal position that a soil ecosystem plays, because it is where soil, microbe, and plants will exchange exchange their nutrients, just like our intestines habitat. So as a doctor who learns from farmers, Miller compares the health of the soil ecosystem to the health of our human intestines in that the chemical makeup of soil has roughly the same ratio of nitrogen to carbon and similar range for normal pH 6 to 7.5 as the human body. So in other words, like our biosystems, the soil relies on germs and fungi to provide fats, amino acids, and carbohydrates, which explains that every element, such as minerals and vitamins that constitute our body, comes from soil. For Miller, people are not only nourished by the soil, people are of the soil. So through Li and Chen's belief in agroecological practices on their farm, they do not opt for a human-centered position in their claim that food is medicine, nor do they preach an idealistic return to nature. Advocating to natural farming do not speak to a desire to return to earlier practices, but to an urgent need for new kinds of farming, a truly new agriculture, and a new beginning that grows out of the past with an awareness of the mistakes that have been made in recent years. Likewise, Belacasa also contends that the new forms of ethical engagement with soil do not urge people to go back to nature, quote unquote, but requires people to displace traditional from farmers in a way to learn how to maintain balance or awareness within a living system. So for Li and Chen, farming defines their family, self-esteem, financial choices, self-image, priorities, and time. The choices people make every day about what to eat, where their food comes from, how their food has been made, have powerful consequences for the health of individuals, communities, and the planet. So Li and Chen, who reframe care through their ethical doings, creating obligations, their farming builds life and creates relationship between the grower and the eater. As they express their views on health of lands, farming, and the environment, they reflect a community commitment of the kind discussed that by environmental humanists in Bifrost's special issue, The New Normal. Okay, I think that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Hi, Professor Kaitaro Morita, and his topic today is Japanese ecological identities and gender food consumption as a responsible environmental behavior. That's welcome, Professor Kaitaro Morita.
Can you hear me, Professor Shu? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. And can you see my slides as well?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, great. Somehow I am not allowed to turn on my camera, so let me just present without showing my face, unfortunately. So thank you very much. I think I have 15 minutes, so it should be okay. Let me. Yeah. So thank you for your kind introduction, Professor Shu. And I wish I were there with you all, but unfortunately the COVID just prevented me from traveling. So just joining this conference online from Tokyo. So my name is Keitaro Morita. I am a part-time lecturer of Rikyo University in Tokyo, and my title has been slightly changed from the original one, Japanese ecological identities and gendered food consumption and responsible environmental behavior, or REB. And I added this gender element into the the title. So that's a change. This is the overview of my research. So this is based on my dissertation back in 2011, and I conducted qualitative research with 26 staff members of environmental NGO active in Japan. I believe this study still holds true today. So out of the 26, 16 female staff members and 10 male staff members. So I would say this is kind of an intersectional research of Japaneseness, gender, and food. And I formulated a research question. What are the characteristics of ecological identity that the staff of the environmental NGO in Japan have? And secondarily, can such identity possibly be gendered? My definition of ecological identity is based on Michio Tomasho's book, Ecological Identity Becoming a Reflective Environmentalist. And my own definition is here, the reflexive self having an environmentally friendly attitude and value. And I conducted qualitative research with an environmental NGO in Japan. This is because, as you see at the bottom, previous research revealed that staff members at the environmental organization often possess an ecological identity. So just focusing on the first part of the research question, what are the characteristics of ecological identity? So this is the results. I extracted 7 factors from the narratives that created the research participants' ecological identities. And the first one is a nature experience. Second, lost sense of nature. Third, family. Fourth, book and media. Fifth, school. 6 ecological social events, and the last one, the shadow of America, which means negative impact by the United States, including atomic bomb droppings and also the US military bases here. And I have already, published separate papers based on these 3 or 4 elements, book and media, school, and the shadow of America. So you can just refer to them later, including the one that was edited by Scott Slovic, Rutledge Handbook of the Eco-Criticism and the Environmental Communication, the second one. And also to just shift our focus to the second part of the research question at the bottom. So secondarily, can such identity possibly be gendered? And I just rely on this concept posed by the Frihata, the environmental educator here in Japan, responsible environmental behavior, REB, or it's also known as the pro-environmental behavior as well. So I just look at the interview results with those at the environmental NGO having ecological identities, and I extracted again 7 responsible environmental behaviors, or REBs, that those have. One is related to car, and second one is the element electricity, water, hobby. The third one, goods, clothes, cosmetics. Fourth one, food. Fifth, work, and sixth, ecological reflexivity. And the last one is the care for the other. And since because of the the theme of this conference, as well as I've never presented about this food element, so I just would like to focus on this food element today. Just allow me to present the summary of the research first before presenting you some of the narratives from the participants. So out of the 26 research participants interviewed, those who touched upon food were all female. So that was one of the results. One example is Ms. Higashi. By the way, the names on the slides are all anonymized for your information. She presented the following accounts about her stoic or austere austere attitude towards the vegetable. So during the interview, she said, "Oh, plus this is a matter of course, but I buy foods in season. In winter, I control my appetite and don't eat tomatoes and cucumbers and eggplants. Foods in season save energy. Or seasonal foods can save energy. And also I try to buy domestic foods, local production, local consumption. I try not to buy imported food. Eating winter tomato is like eating gasoline." And I said tomato and cucumbers, and she said eggplants. I don't buy eggplants in the winter and don't even order them at the izakaya Japanese style pub. And next one is the Ms. Tadokoro, who presented her own policy, again, local production for local consumption, or I would say a local war, wherein she showed a loving attitude toward her locals and also local people. So she said, as for eating, I like a local production for local consumption. I buy vegetables directly from farmers nearby, or I buy rice from a farmer. I try buy food made by farmers who I know in person. As for food, knowing where food are produced and how they reach a dining table at the people's hands is one way to address the environmental issues. If possible, I like to, even though the effect is small in my view, be aware that the eating just places an environmental burden, and also the study a possible choice to avoid it. Another example of interest here is the Ms. Seida. So first, she touched upon the attachment to the local. I care about my food in order to address environmental issues. I fix a meal at home, which is a really natural thing, though. I don't buy a meal outside unless in extreme circumstances. The reason is it generates waste and may contain something alien, which I think isn't good. As much as possible, I buy seasonal vegetables at the local vegetable store rather than a supermarket and fix a meal at home. This probably means I'm conscious about the environment, or the most immediate, simplest environment. I cook while trying to reduce as much waste as possible, and leftover, or I just fridge them to avoid the leftovers. So usually I care about my food, I guess. And interestingly, she also shared her personal experience related to the giving birth and the Chernobyl accidents and food and her consciousness. So I asked her, when you were speaking, previously about the Chernobyl, you mentioned I was more sensitive because I was just about to give birth to my child. And could you just elaborate on this a little more? And she replied, well, how should I say? Well, the child might be become deformed by being exposed to radioactivity or something like that, to put it simply. Such a rumor was circulating back then, and it's not good for your pregnant body to have something unhealthy. I feel sorry and apologize for saying this, but I did not want the child to be born to be deformed in my heart. And I was really scared that such a radioactivity could cause deformity or something like that. And it was my first time to give birth. And not that I have to be careful only about myself, but I can't eat something unhealthy for the child. And it's not good to eat cheese made in Europe or something like that, because the cheese comes from the cow that eats such contaminated grasses. And so I remember I was really careful checking the labels of the food. So Professor Hasegawa, who is the environmental sociologist in Japan, she talks about the Chernobyl and the gender role here as presented here. So the Chernobyl accident, where food are polluted by the radiation, immediately connected the kitchen table to the fear of radiation pollution, where women who played a homemaker role, including shopping and fixing meal, developed a sense of being a direct stakeholder. I was listening into the yesterday's wonderful session in the morning, facilitated by the Professor Adamson, and of course I took a look at the paper as well, and especially I like to cite this language by the Professor Kitch, if hoping I'm pronouncing her name properly. Fulfilling the gendered expectation to feed her family can be a key aspect of the American woman and social value. And sounds like based on the Miss Sada's previous narrative, this may also hold true to the Japanese society too. And also, speaking of the expectations, expectations sometimes are represented in advertisements, as one of our scholars yesterday did. So I also brought some representations of advertisement from Japan as well. So the first expectation to women, this is the cover of the magazine called the Eco Mom, and obviously a lady is on the cover. And this line, the pink line, the copy line says bento lunch boxes for adults and kids. But this just, Eco Mom or the lady on the cover, it just suggests that she's supposed to make a bento lunch boxes for her heterosexual partner or husbands and kid or kids. Another representative expectation advertisements or brands from Japan. So this is the food lineup by the Family Marts, one of the three major convenience stores in Japan, like the 7-Eleven style. And these food lineup is labeled as Okasan Shokudo, a local diner run by mother. And obviously, these are the microwavable, pouches or food. And this actually drew a criticism even from the female high school students regarding the gender biased label. And Family Marts recently changed this brand name from a local diner run by a mother to something neutral, but they still insist that the female high school students collected a signature for the petition and they submitted it, but just the Family Mart says that the petition was not the reason. They said they were originally intended to change the brand name anyway, but you never know. Anyway. So I have only 2 minutes left. So let me go quickly. I'm not going to read all of them, but another example is Ms. Kaneshiro. She says that the buying food is almost equivalent to casting a vote for pro-environmental behaviors by farmers and producers. And also she has an eye on the inner nature, not only the outer nature, but also inner nature as well. Last example is the Ms. Kita. She kindly shared her diet practice, saying that she has been a vegetarian for almost as many as 10 years at the time of the interview, and to be conscious about the environment. And of course, we are reminded of this wonderful work by Carol Adams, The Sexual Politics of Meat, and also the research by Rosen, findings suggest a significant effect of preference for a diet heavy in meat on perceived masculinity. So just to wrap up and conclude, this is the summary of my presentation. Out of the 26 research participants interviewed, those who touched upon food were all female somehow, which might infer some possible eco-feminist connection between food and women. But it will, I would say, require further empirical investigation to see exactly where such a potential connection exists or comes from. So maybe what I could do is just a 10-year post-COVID follow-up qualitative study, or maybe I can plan for a more qualitative study. So the time is up. So thank you so much for your attention, and your questions are welcomed, or please just reach out to me to this email address after the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I think it's time for question and answer. So If anyone has any questions, please raise your, yes. Is there a microphone that can be passed on?
Thank you very much for all the presentations. I will just make my questions short and simple. For the first speaker, may I draw the conclusion that diversity, agricultural diversity, is a better policy, okay, as we have talked about a lot in the past few days. And for the second presenter, my question is the receptions of these writers in their native homes, okay, about these marine oceanic animals, okay, since this is an oceanic turn. And for the third presenter, the kind of a happiness of farm, is it compatible to the kind of rooftop garden experiment done by the academic cynic scholars? Okay, since we are in the urban environment, and the most way we could do that is like find a small possible space, and then do some small scale, well, so-called farming by ourselves. And for the last presenter, my question is then, do you have a theory that for the category of the 7 types, this category are all females, or 26 of them are all females? Okay, thank you.
So thank you for your wonderful presentation. I'd just like to follow up, with 2 questions. One is for the second presenter. I wonder if you can say a little bit more about this concept of multi-species ethnography that, you did not seem to be able to develop due to time restraint. And the question for the third presenter is that I just Googled, Shumei natural agriculture was as old as the 1930s. It was developed. So I wonder if in your research it has been adopted by Japanese internment farmers, due to the the Japanese American internment, that they started to pick up farming. And I wonder if there's any practice in North America about this particular way of natural farming. And the second is that we've been talking about indigenous ecological knowledge. So I wonder if this Japanese based, well-started, natural agriculture practice would have any similarities or similar concerns in terms of caring, the poetics or practice of caring with this Shumei natural agriculture. Thank you.
Okay, do we have more questions? For the interest of time, so maybe we'll collect all the questions and then each of you can answer.
I was wondering, I mean, this is really a question, maybe to some extent for all of you, that in a lot of the talks, sort of the implicit ideal is subsistence farming. And I think especially in Muka's talk, I was thinking, when you talk about the resilience of farmers in the Mekong Delta, that has to do with international trade, right? I mean, they're not producing shrimp for local consumption. They're producing that for a world market. And that's something that sort of implicitly was kind of rejected in a lot of the talks. At the same time, it seems to me that, especially in a time of climate change, to feed people means being able to feed them across, it means distributing global surpluses in a way that to make up for local shortfalls. And just how the role of international food trade, how you see that sort of in connection with your particular subjects.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? Okay, guess that's it. So maybe we'll start with the first presenter and then follow the sequence.
Thank you for the questions. The first question is whether crop diversity contributes to better adaptation. Yes, yeah, I think so. I mean, that's what we have seen with local farmers, is that this would usually be one of, among their portfolio of adaptation options, that would be one of the ways. But there's a lot of things that we need to consider. For example, the Vietnamese government has been really working on a full dike system in the Mekong Delta. So For a long time, they wanted to get floods out of the delta instead of coming in. But actually, floods are very important for farmers. It's super important because that's how they get their sediments. During flooding season, farmers that are without land or that have very limited land, they go and can catch aquatic, yeah, they can catch trash fish and things like this. And by keeping the floods out, actually, what I've seen in my last field work just a few weeks ago is that people are now trying to adapt a life without flooding. Yeah, and living without floods is actually for many farmers a significant challenge because they're spending more and more money on fertilizers. Because of COVID-19, prices have doubled, and the Ukraine crisis, prices have doubled. So I'm now talking to local farmers about the Ukraine crisis. I think what Professor before mentioned about Syndemic, that is, you know, it's like multi-scalar issues are having a direct impact on local farmers. So they are really struggling with, you know, trying to pay for fertilizers. So it's climate change is not something it's mentioned at all. Yeah, it's like when you talk to farmers, they're like, yeah, we do experience climate change, but that's not our main concern right now. Our main concern is fertilizer prices have plummeted, have gone up. And at the same time, we have, for example, Chinese traders that ask us to grow sweet potato. We all start growing sweet potato, but then suddenly they start importing it because of COVID-19. One very famous crop are they call it Taiwan mangoes. Have a very big demand from China. Yeah, and so everyone's growing Taiwan mangoes, but then because of COVID-19 or whatever reason it is, they stopped importing it from Vietnam. So mangoes were literally just thrown on the street because there's just no domestic, you know, there's not so much domestic demand for that, right? So I just joked around. I was like, well, can't you start a mango juice shop or something? Because Vietnamese people love drinking coffee and juices and things like this. But it's a big issue. And then that ties in with Hannes's question about food security, about the international markets. Yes, it plays a huge role. It plays a huge role. And I do not want to over-romanticize subsistence farming because, I mean, in the Mekong Delta, rice has been produced first for the nation, but then also, you know, for the region and beyond like that. So a lot of farmers in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta, they, you know, like, of course, there's a subsistence element to that, but it's also very much focused on export. But now a lot of crops being produced or, you know, animals raised, it's not for local consumption at all. It all goes for export. Looking at, for example, shrimp. And I do think that is a big issue. It's a big issue because it drives out small farmers. They just can't, they don't have the technology or the land or whatever to do that. And the government can easily then just blame climate change. The government could say, well, because of climate change, they moved out. But usually when you talk to local farmers, climate change is an aspect, but it's not the biggest aspect that they are dealing with. Maybe just one interesting anecdote is that we always assume that when farmers move out, you know, they support people back home in terms of remittances and things like this. But because of COVID-19, a lot of urban migrants actually lost their job. So they were actually depending on remittances from families in rural areas. So they would take the bank loans and they would be supporting their children in the city to stay there. So again, there are a lot of things happening. And I kind of hope that answered your question. But yeah, in terms of very local adaptation, diversification has been, you know, whether you look at indigenous farmers or other local farmers, diversification is always a way of dealing with environmental change. But yeah, sometimes you can't diversify if top down it's decided that you need to focus more on, you know, food exports and things like this. Thank you. I give the microphone now to the second speaker.
Okay, I try to answer Yiping's question as I can. Multi-species ethnography is a kind of life writing that is attentive, that is grounded in attentiveness to the lives of the non-humans, and I think on the whole it's like, and yeah, so. And as to the first question, I'm not sure if the first question is about the oceanic turn, right? The oceanic turn. I think there are some the other name is like Blue Humanities, and there are many environmental problems such as overfishing, such as like plastic pollution in the ocean, and so on, and the oceanic term or Blue Humanities also emphasize to historicize the ocean, so so that we can perhaps use the past to reflect the present. This is I'm not sure if I can answer the question. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the Professor Rose and Yiping's questions. Well, I will respond that, especially the natural farming part. Okay, as Yiping has checked the information on the internet. Well, yeah, that's true. Natural farming is just coming from, well, actually that's a Japanese. That's a new religion. They would say that's a kind of new religion in Japan, but not the controversial one right now we are facing on the TV news. Okay, well, so I want to say that natural farming, I'm not sure whether they have the, the branches in the United States, but I do know they have some influences in Taiwan, as Dr. Li and Chen Huiwen, they are the members of that organization. And I would say, because I compare their natural farming to permaculture, I'm not sure whether any of you have heard of permaculture. The permaculture is more popular in the United States. But the very strict or difference, very obvious difference between this is natural farming is conducted in a very strict rules. Natural farming does not allow pesticides, of course, but also no rotation, no fallow, okay, and no even fertilizer, organic fertilizer are not allowed as well, okay, because they think they want to purify the land, okay, they want the land to be, but that does not mean that they want to go back to nature or something, but they think that sometimes if you have clean soil, so that's why they want to make time for soil, because as they want to form a kind of soil communities, they will observe the soil and all the communities and the members right there. So they have a lot of tips to do that. And nowadays, over 20 years, they attract a lot of farmers to do this. Okay, although that's just a small group of people, but still, because of this doctor, he's from Japan. So some Japanese farmers also, come to Taiwan to learn from them. Okay, yeah. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Yes. And Yiping, let me add something. It is about multi-species ethnography. I think the key concept is not only a kind of lab writing. It also emphasizes the notions of relatedness, the notion of relatedness of species interdependence. This is also one of the key ideas of multi-species ethnography. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Did you get the questions?
Yes, I did. I think,
please,
yeah.
please
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, let me just a brief. So as I mentioned earlier, part of my presentation, so out of the 26, 16 female participants and 10 male participants. So those who touched upon food during the interviews were all female out of the 16 female participants. If you are doing the quantitative research, you might say that the number 26, were not sufficient, but for the qualitative research scholars like myself, the 26, the number is quite huge for a qualitative research. And I assume that my research might have generated some kind of a narrative of interest and hypothesis, or even some kind of evidence. I was originally planning for a 5-year or doing the 5-year or 10-year follow-up. So probably this might be a good time to engage myself in a 10-year follow-up study. But thank you for this opportunity and your question. Thank you.
Our time for this panel is up. So let's thank all the presenters and their great presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the presenters. We will now have a lunch break in the Kitchen of Science on the 5th floor to your right. Please note that the conference will resume at 1:30 in the afternoon.
喂，麦克风测试，麦克风。 Attention everyone, the conference is about to resume. Please take a seat. All conference guests, please take a seat. The conference is about to resume. Will the conference attendees please take a seat? Yeah, they are online. Yeah. He should be online, but yes, here. Hold on to this for now. Will everyone please take a seat? We'll probably have to ask the IT team. Okay, sure. It's HfE, right? It's just the observatory. Hold on. .org, right? This one.人都回来，可以到那个。Okay, I think we are about ready to start. There's yeah. 资讯组的可以帮我把那个刚传到群组的网站打到荧幕上吗？ Should we start? So welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a good lunch. We are now starting the roundtable discussion on building caring, solidarity economics around food, humanities for the environment, leadership. In the interest of time, all the panelists will have about 7 minutes each, and our staff member in the front row will raise a red sign to indicate that you have 3 minutes left. So now please welcome the chair of this event, Dr. Guy Bohagar from National Taiwan University.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome. My name is Guy Beauregard. I am a professor at National Taiwan. It is an honor to be here to help chair today's roundtable on the topic of HfE leadership. Following Dr. Adamson's keynote address earlier today, many of you will now be familiar with the HfE, that is the Humanities for the Environment, with emphasis on for. This is a global initiative which seeks, according to the HfE website, to mobilize the arts and humanities in order to address social and environmental challenges in civil society and academic life. Comprising a network of observatories located around the world, the Humanities for the Environment has been, according to Dr. Adamson, very much regionally conceived and very diverse. In this roundtable, the directors of the HfE's individual observatories are gathered both in person and online to focus on a single theme, this time concerning the process of building, carrying solidarity economies around food. And in doing so, the Humanities for the Environment, in my view, is attempting to do something quite tricky, which is to think regionally, while also attempting the difficult yet necessary project of speaking across regions on a planetary scale. We have 9 distinguished speakers, I think, on this roundtable. Some have dropped out, some have joined. I'll do my best to keep track of these details. They are listed alphabetically in the panel, and if it's okay, perhaps we'll just follow that order. Each speaker has been asked to speak briefly, 5 to 7 minutes, and if it goes to around 8 or 9, I will be ruthless and cut in to make sure we have time for discussion and questions. So without further delay, allow me to briefly introduce the first speaker, who you met earlier this morning, Dr. Joni Adamson, President's Professor of Environmental Humanities at Arizona State University in the United States, and the Director of the North American Observatory. I'd like to hand things over now to Dr. Adamson.
Thank you. I'm Joni Adamson, and I have a couple hats that I wear. One of the hats that I wear is Secretary General of the HfE Global Network. And in this role, one of the things that I do is I sort of oversee the website. So the website is located at Arizona State University. And for the past several years, I have lovingly made sure that the website remains up to date and that each of the observatories update their projects on a regular basis. So I think we have the website up here, and I hope that all of you can see the URL. And if you've never visited the Humanities for the Environment Global Network website, that this is something that you will take some time to do. You'll see that on the landing page, we have all of the observatories listed, and you can go onto each one of these observatories and simply click on the observatory, and it will take you to the observatory's landing page, and it will also list on the landing page the projects that observatory is working on. So this morning I talked about the projects of the HfE. I talked about the fact that HfE has always been project oriented. We've always wanted to have one foot in academia, but one foot in community. And we have been very much concerned about building those communities of purpose and very concerned about co-produced knowledge. So no, this is not top-down knowledge, but this is grassroots up or capacity building co-produced knowledge. So if you look at all of the projects of each of the observatories, what you'll see is the kinds of humanities-led projects that are going on around the world. In our first phase, we focused on regionally distinct and diverse projects. And in the second phase, as I mentioned today in my talk, we decided to scale up as a global network, and all of us would address food-related projects. So I'm just going to focus today on the website. I'm going to invite you to visit the website. I'm going to especially invite you to look at the projects to see what a humanities-led, purpose-driven project looks like, to take a look at what co-produced knowledge might mean, and then to look at each of the observatories. I direct the North American Observatory, and you've heard a little bit about some of the work that we're doing at Arizona State University and the North American Observatory. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Sally Kitch, and she's going to talk a little bit more about the work we're doing North American Observatory.
Thank you, Joni. Joni and I sort of co-represent the North American Observatory, and we work together to create, I think of it as sort of a knowledge production engine. We have the projects related to the humanities for the environment and food. Any of you who were able to watch our panel presentation yesterday saw some of the work that scholars at ASU are doing around food and food justice. And that represents a lot of what people are interested in. We have had for almost 10 years a project called Dinner 2040. And that has spawned a lot of activity, research and pedagogical activity. And we're also, as Stephen mentioned in his talk a couple days, someday recently, we are going to be the hub of Bridges, which is a humanities-based project related to UNESCO and many other organizations, including HfE. So all of these things revolve in part around the Humanities Lab, which Joni generously mentioned in her talk this morning. And the Humanities Lab is part of this knowledge production engine that we are trying to get started. The Humanities Lab is a pedagogical project which brings student learning into student action. We do not just explore, we do not just study, we do not just think about, but we produce actions based on addressing problems from interdisciplinary perspectives. Joni explained that we have faculty members across disciplines who direct these labs, but it's a team effort and the students produce amazing things. Joni's examples were very good. She didn't even mention an example from her own lab, which had to do with rethinking fast food, which I thought was a wonderful project, because some of the students had graphic design capabilities, who knew? And they came up with this marvelous alternative to fast food, which could, I think, be revolutionary if we actually implemented it. And that's just one example of the many wonderful things that happen when you give students the freedom to pursue action. They want to learn how to do something. And the humanities haven't been as good at helping them do those things. But basing these labs in the humanities and the kind of learning that Joni described that helps them move into and think through the kinds of actions that would be effective has really been proven a wonderful innovation for student learning. So the Bridges connection will also involve the Humanities Lab working on SDGs, and anybody's interested in that, we can certainly say more. And we are also pursuing the Syndemic idea in a project that's given us a little extra funding. called Seize the Moment, STM. And we understand the intersection of all the crises that we face and the role of the humanities in helping to analyze and explicate those problems and turn them into action. So that's a lot of what we do at ASU in connection with both HfE and Bridges and other kinds of projects. So now I think I turn this over to Steve.
Hi, I'm Stephen Hartman, and I'm visiting professor in the Faculty of History and Philosophy at University of Iceland, and I also lead the Circumpolar Humanities for the Environment. And we were one of the later additions to Humanities for the Environment. We came on board after the first group, 3, I think, and that 3 expanded to 5 and 6, and then eventually to 8. And we're delighted to have become part of this global network, because Humanities for the Environment, in my view, has been doing something for a number of years now. It's often called for, but that is harder to realize in practice insofar as it collects different research groups and different educational groups based usually in a region, or almost always in a region, but not necessarily always in a continental region. So the Circumpolar Observatory that we have based at the Stephenson Arctic Institute in Iceland has, in fact, a focus that spans the circumpolar region from the North Pacific through the North Atlantic and into Scandinavia and even into Russia. And this is how it's been conceived, or was conceived from the beginning, because that part of the world has unique challenges that face it in this time of accelerated global warming, and the challenges that are there both for Indigenous people, but also to the environments and the economic changes that are often tied to a desire to expand new economic frontiers in areas that open up precisely because these changes are happening. Make this an area which is always a bit multifaceted, and that I think people living in this part of the world particularly feel ambivalent about a lot of the things that are happening, because on one hand, new possibilities seem to be opening up tied to changes that are occurring to landscapes. Often if you talk to people in Iceland living close to glaciers, for instance, they're melting. Many of them feel a sense of loss from that, but others feel sometimes a sense of new possibility, that because they have a different historical relation to glaciers. And I mention Iceland in particular because that's been a real center of our operations in the Circumpolar Observatory for a number of years. And we have research teams that work together and have been working together, some of them for decades now, that tie together the entire North Atlantic region between Iceland and Greenland and the Faroe Islands, and even in the northern UK and Orkney and Shetland. And there are very interesting food and ecological dimensions to the work that goes on in this. We work a lot in this network among and between archaeologists, environmental historians, geographers, both cultural geographers and physical geographers, literary scholars, certainly, and a wide range of other disciplines, even in going into sort of life sciences as well. So the environments in Iceland pose really interesting challenges when you take a look at more than 1,000 years of history there in a place that has undergone numerous changes during time, and where, like many rural places, because Iceland being a country of a little over 300,000 people, is by its very nature mostly rural in terms of the size, yet at the same time, it's much larger area-wise than, say, the Netherlands. And we've based field schools in Iceland within this network, within the circumpolar network, over a number of years in a particular valley in the north of Iceland that extends down from Akureyri, which is sort of the second biggest town in Iceland after Reykjavik, and into the inland highland. We've been working with a group of people there who are part of the Circumpolar Observatory as well, who are both academics and non-academics, who are working on innovative educational programs where they bring in groups of students from all over the world, everything from high school students through continuing learners, university students, grad students, and even early career academics who already have their PhDs, and do embedded field schools there that go around to different sites where there's active archaeological work going on, often which has a food focus as well, and where, in fact, there are interesting approaches to agriculture and to pastoral life and sheep herding and sustainable ecology and sustainable cultural ecology as well, that are all tied into this particular region, that have made the schools that we've run there very rich experience, both for the senior researchers who have taught in these schools, but also we feel from the students come from all over the world to attend these schools. And the researchers and the senior people and the students, they all live in the same quarters. They all eat all their meals together. They spend their time together. They go into the field together. And I feel that the senior people often learn as much from the students as the students learn from the senior people. And I think that this is a typical example of a kind of embedded field school that we've been trying to promote for a number of years in the Circumpolar Observatory, and which continues to actually be replicated in other contexts in Orkney and in Shetland and in Greenland. And we're working on that with some new projects that are going. It's exciting times in this area. We've had some luck getting some NSF funding, getting some Nordforsk funding, which is the Nordic Council of Ministers' own funding organ. This has enabled us to bring these field schools on a fairly regular basis. It's also a great way of teaching a new generation of up-and-coming scholars, not only how to work in transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary ways, but also how they can begin to build new cooperations that forge new kinds of cooperations between academics and non-academics, people in society who are very much part of these schools as well, and who lecture in these schools alongside the academics, and can teach a great deal about the cultural heritage, the ecological heritage of the region, which is called Bardardalur in this particular, these field schools have been running. So I guess I've kind of gone on probably a little bit longer than I intended to, but I just really want to emphasize that research and research education and cooperation, building new relationships and new forms of co-production with different community members is at the core of the work that we've been doing in the Circumpolar Group for many years, even before the Circumpolar Group formed and called itself that. And I think it's a real strength of what we do, and it's something that we enjoy sharing with our colleagues in the other observatories, just as we learn from the valuable projects that are going on in their group. So I'll turn this over to, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whether our online participants might get involved in some of the conversation here. So David Manuel Navarrete, is that right? Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
I wonder if we could get you involved, because I know you are an associate professor at Arizona State University and also the director of the Latin American Observatory. So if I could hand things over to you, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to show my presentation. I don't know whether you can see it. I have some slides. Can you see it or not? I cannot hear you now, but I assume it's fine. So yes, as you were mentioning, I'm the director of the Latin American Observatory, and I would like to mention that there are still more than 500 indigenous languages and biocultures in Latin America, which have evolved in close relatedness to the land, while developing sophisticated technologies and economies around food. And well, this is just one example, the floating gardens or chinampas that were sustaining an estimated 300,000 urban Aztec inhabitants when the European colonists arrived in Mexico, a larger population than any European city at the time. Another example, the Cotocota site in Bolivia, laser-based remote sensing in the Amazon basin is revealing monumental ceremonial constructions and extensive networks of pre-Hispanic settlements interconnected through canal systems. And this suggests sophisticated agroecological knowledge that despite extremely poor soils, fed millions of people in low-density urban centers, showing how cities and the rainforest can coexist without degrading the environment. The Amazon rainforest still hosts 10% of the planet's biodiversity, and it plays a crucial role in regulating the global climate. But as you all know, centuries of ethnocentric and egocentric extractivism through colonization, racism, exploitation, biopiracy, and similar tropes have decimated indigenous cultures, non-human beings, and brought the Amazon to the brink of an irreversible turning point, beyond which this ecosystem will inevitably turn into a savanna-style ecosystem with huge global change implications. This centuries-long syndemic of extractivism has been fiercely resisted by indigenous people who often put their lives and their bodies on the line to defend the land. In recent decades, it has also been met with milder forms of resistance coming from Eurocentric cultures in the form of environmentalism and protected areas. And resistance allows us to gain time, and it's necessary for self-protection, but a proactive strategy that bridges indigenous and Western knowledges is also needed to advance sustainability in Latin America and elsewhere. Our observatory in Latin America aspires to support indigenous biocultures, indigenous Eurocentric colonialisms, indigenizing, Eurocentric colonialisms through reconnecting people to planet, and decolonizing intercultural relationships through deep listening and dialogue. The operational mechanisms to achieve these aspirations consist of giving voice to knowledges and wisdoms capable of enhancing planetary health. The observatory will facilitate co-production of such knowledges and wisdoms across cultures. Planetary healing does not mean to heal the planet as if it were a body out there or an external object, Western medicine style. It rather means to heal our relationships to the planet, and in particular, the observatory will focus on healing extractive relationships, healing relationships within science and humanities and between academic and non-academic cultures, healing relationships within inner human fields, between thoughts, emotion, bodies, souls, and with other beings. But how is precisely the observatory going to contribute to these healings? Well, via direct collaboration with boundary organizations, organizations that have legitimacy and rapport both with local biocultures and Eurocentric cultures. We are thinking of mobilizing the arts and humanities, support projects, and healing processes that contribute to build meaningful, reciprocal, kinship-like relations across these cultural boundaries. I don't know if I have time to go into any details, but we're already supporting several projects and healing processes in the Ecuadorian and Peruvian Amazon, some of them related with creating circular food systems. And as you can see in this diagram, involving universities and crossing the boundary between university-style knowledge and indigenous knowledge from the Guarani and Quechua people. In Colombia, we are creating, members of the observatory are participating in a project to implement renewable energies justly on indigenous lands. And in Uruguay, several projects are underway, hosted by the South American Resilience and Sustainability Studies Institute, to advance transdisciplinary co-production with fishers, cooks, and food producers. Finally, in Mexico, we are envisioning healing processes that build or can build on radical imaginations and multi-species dialogues. So these are just some examples. We are a large group of people all doing interesting projects, and the observatory also aims at creating synergies between ongoing projects and new projects that can be maybe are not right now led by anyone in the observatory, but we can maybe join or create new projects by applying to new funding. And with that, I think I'll leave it, because it's important to have time for the discussion. Thank you. And I have to stop sharing.
Okay, thank you very much, David. This is much appreciated. And if it's okay, why don't we continue with the second online participant here, and I think that's Paul Holm, if I'm not mistaken. So Paul, are you able to hear me?
I can, yeah, hello.
Oh, okay, fantastic. And you are joining us, I think, from Ireland. Am I correct there? Okay, good.
Sure.
So Dr. Holm, as I understand, is a professor at Trinity College, Dublin in Ireland, and director of the European Observatory. And if I got this right, he is also president of Humanities for the Environment. So I'll hand things over to you now, Paul. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yeah, so I'm really sorry I can't be with you at the stage. It just proved impossible, but I'm happy that we can continue the conversation by this means. So the headline of this session, of course, is Solidarity Economics. And I have to confess that the concept of solidarity economics is not one that is familiar to me. I believe it's coming out of a Californian discussion, but it certainly raises issues, as far as I've been able to look it up, that are very familiar to concerns in Europe. I need to focus my intervention here really on what I know best, which is present conditions in the European Union. And I think we need to address these issues in terms of both the long term and the present. Obviously, we are looking at a very long term change that needs to happen in terms of our foodways and in terms of our uses of energy. So Europe has committed to a carbon neutral strategy by 2050. So that's the long term. And that raises a number of issues of how do we ensure that not only politics at the top level, but also everyday life really is changed fundamentally to enable this energy change, these Energiewende, as the Germans would call it. So that's the long term. However, in the present context of high inflation, of a war in Ukraine, and an overall destitution of peoples throughout the continent, we we also need to address the immediate issues of looming poverty, of real crisis in many households. And this raises also questions about how can we maintain ecologically sound foodways at a time when people are desperate. So the present food and energy crisis really challenge some of the presumptions that may underlie the long-term view. So just to be very clear, the present crisis of energy and food poverty that is hitting hard will affect millions of people deeply in the next few months. In the coming winter, there is cause for genuine concern. Now, in parts of Europe, countries are really well cushioned. Obviously, Europe is an affluent economy, and in places where the welfare state is more or less developed, as in Scandinavia, and to some degree even in Ireland, there is a safety net for people. In other countries, however, the realities of the change are really stark and must be addressed by humanities people who are speaking about the long term. We also need to speak about the immediate issues. So just to make you aware of the stark reality, in the United Kingdom, obviously the welfare state has been hollowed out in the last couple of decades. There is a stark need in many parts of the UK for food banks. There's an energy poverty that is already causing people to do some very basic things, such as to not heat their food and actually ask for food banks not to deliver unprepared meals, but preferably tinned food, and people simply eat food out of the tin to save gas. Many families get one meal a day. This summer, schools needed to keep their food services open to kids in order to ensure that kids in impoverished families got more than one meal a day. These are stark realities. The UK example is an extreme example of how an enormously wealthy country, UK is currently the 6th wealthiest country in the world, how a country with that kind of affluence nevertheless is able to skew its resources in such a way that ordinary people are facing real deprivation. So this, I think, raises issues about how we speak about these issues. We cannot just talk to the long term. We also need to look at the backlash that is occurring. There is an increasing reliance and call for speeding up again the use of coal and oil to make up for gas efficiency. So we are in a period, I think, where we are not just looking at the long term, the need for underlying change. We also need to address how is the present energy and food crisis impacting us now, and will it cause us to make some devastating choices that actually will run counter to the longer term goals. So what can the humanities do? I think we need to speak about the current realities. We need to maintain the long-term goal of sustainable practices, but we also urgently need to identify wasteful practices in terms of energy and question commercial infrastructures that actually may set us on a devastating path. So that's my take on it, really trying to instill some sense of urgency into the conversation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul. That's much appreciated. Thank you. And I'm not sure if we have a third or fourth online participant here today. I'm not quite certain if people are going to join us. That would include our remaining two online speakers. First of all, Dr. Tom Van Duren. He's not going to be here. And I also wonder if Professor James Ogude is going to join us. Unfortunately not. Okay, so this leaves us a chance to return back to the people that are present. And if you don't mind, maybe I'll hand things over now to Dr. Kirill Thompson, who is my former colleague at National Taiwan University and is now teaching, I think, at the Center for General Education at National Taiwan University. And he is the director of the East Asia Observatory. So I'll hand the microphone over to you. And then I think we'll go to Shinya and then to Hannes to wrap things up.
Interesting. But thank you to the organizers, Xinya and Jiahua, and organizing this wonderful Paul is wonderful. It's a very hard act to follow. So actually, I had prepared a PowerPoint about solidarity economics, but first I'll say a few words about my institute. I'll mention one major thing and one minor thing. The major thing is that over the past decade, we held several conferences, specialized conferences on agricultural ethics and food ethics, and we're trying to build a core of a professional field in East Asia. And it came to fruition about 5 years ago. We formed the Asia Pacific Society for Agriculture and Food Ethics, or AP-SAFE. And the first conference drew over 300 participants, scholars from diverse disciplines, from humanities, sciences, agriculture, geography, and so on and so forth. And in fact, next March, we'll have our third conference. It will be held in Nagoya at Nanzan University. It's called AP-SAFE 2023. I think you can Google it. And right now they're taking abstracts. And I think many of your presentations here would be quite welcomed in that venue also. That will be a hybrid conference. And the smaller thing I'll mention is that, of course, my field is Chinese philosophy, and during the past decade, I've been developing Chinese philosophy as the basis for environmental ethics and even climate ethics. And because Western ethics, you just can't get away from anthropocentrism. Whether it's utilitarian or Kantian styled, it's always from a human perspective. But Chinese philosophy starts from the premise that humanity and nature are a unity, and humanity is nested within nature, so that alters the whole perspective, and it gives the rationale for giving moral worth and ethical value to nature and natural phenomena, ecosystems, and so forth. So I've developed this in a course which explores a number of ancient Chinese texts, and then I sort of put this modern spin on it. It's in the general core curriculum, and I'm getting students from many fields and disciplines. And actually, it's quite exciting because they never get this new angle. In the university, they're always getting these idea of techno fixes to solve problems, but preserving the whole basic infrastructure that's causing all the trouble in the first place. And also the ethics gives them a strong motivation to have self-confidence in the actions they want to take for the environment, and something like that. I taught that course for the first time last semester and got quite strong feedback. And this semester I'm supposed to get 2 or 3 times more students. So far, so good. Okay, so now I'll go into my PowerPoint a little bit. It's actually an example of the solidarity economics. And you might wonder, well, why did I pick an example from Africa? But actually, this example comes from collaboration with Paul Holm's colleague, Charles Travis. He edited a book on narratives in human geography in the age of the Anthropocene. And this chapter on a village in Tanzania, this was very striking and moving to me, and it seemed to exemplify a lot of the rationale that's behind the solidarity economics. But I'll try to go quickly. Just the general background is that in Tanzania, the effects of climate change are very dynamic, they're very diverse. It's a large country with different ecosystems. A few places are still maintaining the original climate, but most places have much higher temperatures. The net general temperature has increased 1 full degree over the past 50 years. And they have extreme drought, they have extreme intense rainfall, so on and so forth. Okay. On increased diseases from the flooding. Oh, up here, okay, thank you. Oh, so there's a negative example. A nearby village used cash crop farming, and they encountered several disasters with climate change. Well, first of all, their farming is too intensive, too intensely cultivated. They have purposely decreased the biodiversity, by, I guess, using Roundup, killing off all the other plants and life forms. And it turned out with fewer predators around, there's more and more rodents. And with the heavy rains and so forth, a plague broke out. And then they were struck by recurrent plagues between the 1990s into the 21st century. So it's quite a disaster. And a big problem is that they're sort of slaves of the market. They're slaves of the industry when they get into the cash crop scheme. So all the decision making is by the outside players that don't pay attention to the local situation. So the outsiders didn't care about the rodents and the plagues, things like that. So not a win-win situation. But so this is a picture of, I guess, an intensive cabbage farm. Okay. So by contrast, the Millau village and nearby farms are blended into forests. So in fact, the fields get shading from the trees. So the climate change is not so intense. The soil fertility is maintained by traditional intercropping, focused weeding, and they use forest plant decay for natural fertilizers. Okay. And different crops are planted in different ecological niches. I mean, it's on a hillside or a mountain, so you have different niches. And so therefore they have much greater biodiversity, diminished risk of pest infestations, plant diseases, increased food security, and less malnutrition. Okay, so you can see they have a much more attractive living environment, not to mention the farms are right in the ecosystem. maintain the ecosystem, your farm will be much healthier. So, and there's some cultural background. The Milau is the oldest settlement in the area. The community has very deep local know-how in sustainable farming, which is lacked by the migrant families. So the Chamba language is tied to the local ecosystem and ensures that the sustainable knowledge and practices are passed down. Also, the Chamba adapt their traditional knowledge to changing circumstances, and they do not live in isolation but accept guidance. And mostly there's a Norwegian Lutheran mission nearby. And besides religion, they provide education that helps them keep open networks in order to achieve legal protections, political influence, and financial support, and to fend off the forces of globalization.
Okay, Carol, I promise to be ruthless. Okay. You have hit the 8-minute mark. So okay. Please wrap up so we can get things to Shinya and to Hannes. Thank you.
So the Shamba's ability to adapt to the impacts of climate change do not depend on technology or wealth. Besides their own traditional knowledge and practice, by networking and learning from the outside groups, they're empowered to cope with new challenges, human and natural. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Kirill. I would like now to hand things over to the last representatives from the last observatory. The first speaker will be someone that I think all of you know. Dr. Shinya Huang is a distinguished professor here in Taiwan at National Sun Yat-sen University. She's been an inspiration for many of us junior people. Shinya, I'm really honored just to be able to introduce you, which is kind of amazing. And you'll be speaking a little bit about your work as the director of the Asia Pacific Observatory. And then you'll hand things over, I think, to Dr. Hannes Bergthaler, who is a professor at National Taiwan Normal University, one of our shining stars in eco-criticism and environmental humanities, who will also be speaking a little bit about his thoughts on the matter. So I'll hand things over to you, Shinya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Berger. He is senior enough. He's not junior. Let me promise you. Okay, so Asia Pacific, we try to build up some sort of expensive and deep, among the Pacific Islanders, North Pacific and South Pacific, Global South, North America. At the same time, we reach all the way to Southeast. So what I'm trying to say is that the reason that we choose Taiwan as a base, that we have to recognize the significance, geopolitical significance of Taiwan. Taiwan is the northern tip, and at the same time, one of the origin place, what we call Austronesian culture. Austria meaning south, nations meaning islands. So South Island, Global South. Austronesian has a huge, lands and sea. So we situated ourselves between land and sea. At the same time, we consider ourselves to be the bridge builders between research, action, between academia, community, and between methodology and practice. So this huge area, northern tip Taiwan, all the way to Astera, that is Maui, New Zealand, and then to Easter Island, to Madagascar. And here we have a huge population of 400 million speaking 1,000 different languages. So far, we touch upon many islands, including Tonga, of course, New Zealand, Maui, Marshall Islands, Guam, and Hawaii, and of course, Pacific Northwest. So I would like to concentrate a little bit on Taiwan. You never think that Taiwan is only one island. There are altogether 64 islands around Taiwan, including Penghu Archipelago. And they are altogether 268 mountains, over 3,000 meters. And the highest peak in East Asia is in Taiwan, called Jie Mountain, or Mount Jie. Yushan, which is 1,984 something meters. So I would like to call your attention that in Taiwan, when you look at the spatial geography, you don't look at horizontally like what you did in the United States, North America, South Africa, or even in continental Europe, but rather you look at it vertically. So from the high mountains all the way to the floor of the Pacific Ocean. And at the same time, when you look at the space vertically, you somehow try to formulate a kind of worldview which is spiral instead of linear. So I would like to give you two examples to explain to you that this huge area horizontally in land and ocean and vertically all the way to the sky, the constellations, and then down to the south, down to the earth, down to the ocean, to the non-human, more than human sea creatures. So one example, I think, led by Professor Yiren Lin, Malay ARC, that is an important project. He talked about it the first session of our pre-conference online workshop, and he is going to continue this conversation tomorrow. So please stay with him. There you are going to see community leaders, indigenous elders, and at the same time, the project led by Professor Yiren Lin from different universities, including students, taking them to the indigenous communities and helping them with Malay recovery, revitalizing project. That include not only the recovery of the indigenous knowledge, but also the production, the dissemination, the transportation, the distribution, and even though the byproduct of Malay. And Malay is not just food as a material category. It's a cultural category. It's a political category. And most important of all, it carries the historical knowledge of the migrant group of Ataya people. So it's a sacred category as well. So when we refer to food as a secondary category, I would like you to also pay attention to the first keynote tomorrow morning given by Xiaman Nanboan, who is a distinguished, well-known Taiwanese indigenous Dawu, Bansona Dawu writer who probably is going to be the first Taiwanese writer to get, I don't know, the worldwide prize, yeah, called Nobel Prize. Okay, let's look forward to that because, his work has been translated recently into French, and that's fascinating. He's going to be in Paris. So he, as an Dawu elder, is going to speak about how he look at food, particularly fish, and the way they categorize fish into women's fish, men's fish, elders' fish, and the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge, and the sacred worldview that is set behind this very different categorization. So in other words, ocean is not just ocean full of resources to be extracted, but rather a very sacred place for the Dawu people. And ocean is connected to human beings, of course, more than human beings, to fish and frying fish coming back yearly, every year before summer, somehow bringing back the very idea that their ancestors are coming back to feed the entire with the flesh. So that's a very amazing worldview that he presented to us, what we call mainstream Han Chinese culture. Very different one that we appreciate so much, the Han human ancestral beings that come back yearly to feed the human beings. And this particular worldview also lead us to the constellations that each of the assets actually become a star to guide them, to walk their world path. So with that, very simple two examples, one from the mountains, high over 2,000 meters, and the other one deep in the ocean, and migrate with the flying fish. With that, I'm going to pass on the microphone to the younger generation, intergenerational justice. Okay. Jonas is going to speak more discursively.
I'm not sure whether I'm a junior fish anymore, but yeah, thank you. I'm actually quite happy to be the last person to speak because I didn't really prepare much. I took lots of notes trying to see whether something emerges from it that I could say that would be coherent, but I'm just going to ramble on a little bit. I mean, my own work, actually, maybe one thing that I hope we can talk about more over the next coming days is this whole notion of as the institutions that we're building, right? I mean, this network of global observatories, this is an institutional that we're building up, and I think that's important to think about how the nuts and bolts of how to make something like this work, because that's the only basis on which we can actually hope to have some kind of transformative impact on the societies in which we are, in which our work is embedded. I mean, another thing that I wanted to just briefly remark on, I mean, I was quite touched by Paul's remarks. I just came back from Europe. I think we are in a lot of what we're saying is we're kind of offhandedly criticizing modern society for all the things that we're destroying and blah, blah, blah. But we're at a moment where a lot of these systems seem to be at the point of unraveling, where a lot of the institutions that we wished gone might actually be gone sooner than we would have expected. And it's not necessarily, I mean, it's kind of a case for be careful what you wish for, I mean, Paul was talking about how important having a functioning welfare state is in order to kind of mitigate the effects of these changes that we're all that are beginning now, but that will not stop, right? I mean, and of course, having a functioning welfare state depends on having a functioning state, right? I mean, we like to talk about these alternative worldviews and so forth, but ultimately, the institution that's probably most crucial for how societies are able to adapt to this is the nation state, the sovereign nation state, right? And of course, that's also something that I think, the whole idea of the observatory, I guess, is you see different things depending on where you stand. And this whole question of being a sovereign nation state, of course, has a very peculiar look and feel to it when you're standing in Taiwan. So I think that in a sense, that's, I might say a different angle on this question of institutions, right? I mean, and of course, I think in Taiwan also, that a lot of this, the whole model of prosperity that we've been kind of taken for granted for a long time, and this is something, of course, in Germany is now felt very, very acutely, is premised on sort of resource flows that might not be moving in the same way. And ecologically, that might be a good thing, but it will also produce incredible social and political stresses. And I think, Taiwan is probably even more vulnerable to this than Germany is. And Germany is incredibly vulnerable, as they're suddenly finding out now, right? And so I don't even know where I'm going with this, but I think that we're kind of at a moment when sort of geopolitical and ecological risks are kind of converging and becoming entangled with each other and kind of forcing us to make very difficult choices and trade-offs where there really are no good options, where the choices are really between various kinds of bads over, that will unfold over different lengths of periods of time. But yeah, where am I going with this? This is getting more grim, like every moment. But yeah, I think that in some sense there's something almost surreal about us sitting here and kind of talking about these. Well, there's something utopian to the very fact that we're sitting together here in this way, talking about this, trying to kind of develop sort of a perspective that can be respectful of the different ways that this crisis is unfolding. It's experienced and lived by people all around the world. So I think, I mean, actually, that kind of leads me back to my beginning, that I think that that thinking of this as an institution that we need to build, and I mean, I guess, you know, when we talk about communities of purpose, communities of interest, we have to think about them in terms of the institutions that can house those communities, and within which these communities can kind of flourish over the long term. And so, yeah, I mean, I very much appreciate that this conversation is taking place, that this meeting is, it's wonderful to finally see international colleagues in person again after quite a long time. And yeah, so thank you for hosting this. Thanking you for all for coming here, and I hope we'll continue this conversation. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Hannes, for functioning as a kind of a commentator on what's going on, and focusing on the role of institutions and what precisely these observatories might accomplish, whether that is on sort of what I would say quite a positive take that I heard this morning from your talk about empowering students to kind of jump into action, to a perhaps a more reserved take on the complexities of the current conjuncture. And I mean, one thing that I'm hearing as I'm listening to this, from the circumpolar aspect to the East Asia aspect, is just the role of empire that remains. Like, can we speak of the circumpolar without speaking of Russia at this moment? Can we speak of Chinese philosophy without speaking of China at this moment, right? I mean, we have sort of Chinese philosophy without China, and circumpolar with or without Russia. I'm not sure. How is this going to work? And this is connected, of course, to the crises that Paul had mentioned. And of course, this is impacting all of us in different ways. But anyways, I would like now, if possible, to say that we have about 15 minutes to kind of open things up and to pose questions or to make comments, and hopefully have some cross dialogue across these different regions. So anyone like to contribute? Okay. Stephen.
Sorry not to get up and grab it. I hurt my back, so that's why I'm sitting in this chair. Just to think about what Hannes said there at the end, and I appreciate his point very much. One question I think that we might need to ask ourselves is, to what extent the institutions that are now being challenged, and not to put them all in one box, have served us or failed us. And the institutions themselves, of course, have changed. I think about the university. The university today is not the same university that I entered. It doesn't seem that way to me. And that certainly wasn't the same university that a generation before me had gone through. And I think about also why these observatories have formed. To what extent, I think it's worth asking ourselves, do the institutions that we rely on have to be physical institutions? And to what extent, I think one of the things about these observatories is that they're not largely physical institutions, even if they're anchored in physical institutions. They extend beyond those institutions, and they're serving a purpose that, to a certain extent, the institutions have not managed to accomplish. That is, the kind of branching out and the border crossing that I think we find more and more it's necessary to do is often disincentivized within our institutions, within our academic institutions, having to do with the way revenue flows within university systems into silos, disincentivizing transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary work, and so forth. So do we need to rethink our institutions? And I realize there's a dark side to that too, that we're experiencing throughout the world as well. But I think this idea is worth following up on a little bit.
While we're thinking about what we need to redesign, Humanities for the Environment is also about rethinking the humanities. And I think that that's something we need to remember about our motivation. We can celebrate the humanities and the benefits of the humanities, but we can also recognize the limitations. And I think one of the things that we addressed very early on, even before HfE was formed, was why the humanities have such a bad reputation or have trouble being seen seriously by the sciences, for example. And we mustn't let go of that question, because the humanities have been guilty, I would say, of over-celebrating the human and under-recognizing the way that kind of celebratory stance has enabled or made difficult the kinds of collaborations that we really want and that we stand for. And I think that seeing the humanities as a partner with other disciplines is the future of the humanities. And this is not to say that there isn't a place for traditional humanities education. I believe there is. But I also think the future of the humanities, like the future of the earth, or humans on the earth, depends on a collaborative perspective. And I don't want to, I think the Humanities Lab is an example of a way of rethinking the humanities, both using the humanities and rethinking them at the same time, in partnership with other knowledge forms. And they can be extra academic knowledge forms. We've talked a lot about indigenous forms of knowledge that we need to recognize and we need to incorporate. But we also need to be self-critical and not simply go back to the methodologies that we were trained in, but developing methodologies that produce that sort of collaborative work. And so while we're looking at our institutions, and I think Stephen's point is very good, they have not necessarily served even what I'm talking about, but just the general idea. We need to be self-critical as well and see the ways that the humanities have failed our students by not offering them the kind of experience that they increasingly seek, which is to learn how to do things. And I think we need to be an engine of that and a motivator of that with our students. And I think both Joni and I can both attest to what happens when students are given that sort of opportunity. So I just wanted to add that to the critical part.
I'll just add a couple more points. The Humanities for the Environment Global Network, one of the things that we've tried to do is teach humanists how to network. So building a community of purpose is about doing things. But one of the things that we've tried to do is to network. So here we are sitting at this conference because we have successfully networked. So going outside the institution, as Stephen just suggested, has included networking widely. The environmental humanities is now tens of thousands of researchers, students working around the world. So building networks is one of the things that we've tried to teach our students, but also our colleagues to do. And I think Humanities for the Environment is an example of the kinds of networking that we're doing. David's presentation is such an excellent example of the ways this group of scholars and researchers is networking Latin America. And their idea to build on the theme of healing and planetary healing is just a really inspiring theme, but you can see that they've really thought it through, and they have people that they are already working with and sort of lining up in a network. The other thing that we said earlier, at least I said in my talk this morning, is that we really want people to do things because people feel good when they act and when they're doing something. You can just always get too much in your head. And one of the things that the humanities has been sort of bad at is getting out of our heads. In other words, we value the cloistered, monastic production of an article or a book that sometimes not a lot of people are going to read. And so one of the things that we're really trying to work at is teaching us how to work with people across the disciplines, because these problems that we need to solve, the ones that Paul is pointing to, are very urgent. We are definitely in a crisis. These are super complex problems that we're addressing. We need all hands on deck. And so Humanities for the Environment wants to get humanists on deck, but also all hands on deck.
Great. So I wonder if we have other questions in the floor. Okay, one over here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the sharing and for the networking and the learning to do the network. And I think the vision of the HfE is a great effort, and it's what we need right now. And I would like to respond to what the Stephen say about the ambiguity of the climate change, about the difficult relationship between the people of circumpolar people and the glacier environment. And I would like to add the narrative from China, okay? And the new territory of China is deep in the mainland, and it is mostly arid areas. But because of the climate change, they have more rain now. And so they can grow crops where they could not do farming before. So this kind of ambiguity, I think, is also addressed by HfE, because besides the long-term goal of bringing the new norms and to the global change, but also to address the urgent, the current need issues, like Poul said about the energy in Europe and the ocean Australian people in the Pacific Ocean and Asian Pacific area. Okay, so I think with this organization, with this kind of joint effort, I think we may work together, okay, to work toward a general common goal, but also to pay attention, to care about each different specific need of each area. And it's a great opportunity so that we can understand better what we are facing and what we are dealing and what we are working on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comment from the floor, and also bringing in questions of what's happening with climate crises in Western China at this moment. And once again, for me, this raises the whole question of the nature of this dialogue that we're having currently, at least in this session, in the English language. And because of geopolitics, the impossibility of having people from China actually speaking. And if they were here, they would be speaking in quite a different language than what we're using right now. This is just such a challenge to kind of imagining our work across these imperial divides. It's just such a difficult situation for me to get my head around right now. So we just have another couple more minutes, and I wonder if I could be very rude to kind of once again just like turn to Paul and to David and to say if there's anything that you'd like to kind of add based on this conversation, or any further kind of thoughts based on the exchange we've had.
Well, maybe one thought is that I'm not a humanities scholar, I'm a sustainability professor, and I'm here. Thanks for bringing me. Sorry, you cannot hear me well? I can approach. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So I was saying I came here as a sustainability professor, and I want to first thank you for creating room, making room for for me, but also sustainability as a science tries to act, as Joni was saying, tries to link, bridge knowledge to action, and also bridge different types of knowledge and different types of disciplines. And I think that that's what we have to focus on. That's the future, really, to create these spaces in which we can cross boundaries and talk to each other, and from that new things are going to be created that we cannot imagine, right? And new institutions maybe that are not only just a reconfiguration of what we know, but that operate in ways that we don't even know institutions could operate. So I think creativity is one of the great assets that the humanities bring to the table. And if we work together, we can. I think the sky is the limit. So just this very optimistic message and gratitude.
Thank you for that, David. I appreciate it. And I know that we're technically out of time, but we began 5 minutes late. So I'm going to be super rude and actually call on Paul as well. I'm going to use the moderator's privilege to actually extend the session for 5 minutes. I'm very sorry about this, but I would very much like to hear what Paul has to say as well.
Okay, I'll be brief. I was gloomy in my intervention earlier, and I stand by that gloominess. I think these are times of peril. It's also times of change, and of course, that provides opportunity. The opportunity we need to seize. And I think there is real opportunity, certainly within universities and in international collaboration. My experience over the past couple of decades has certainly been one of an increasing willingness to work across disciplinary divides. There is a real sense in the natural sciences that they have failed because they did not take on board the human dimension, human motivation. On the other hand, there is certainly, as Sally pointed out, the humanities have oversold the human success. We need to come together, and I think that is happening. So there's huge potential in terms of how universities are developing to really address these major issues. But we need to seize the moment. We need to actually speak up now. We can't just let things go by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that gloomy yet also optimistic kind of take on things. And allow me just to thank all of the participants, all the directors of these observatories. I am a newcomer to your community, and I am one who has great interest in how this is going to move forward. So please join me in thanking all the speakers on today's roundtable.
Thank you so much to the chair and panelists of the roundtable discussion for your valuable insights on solidarity economics around food and the HfE leadership. I would like to ask the audience, please remain seated while we move around a few things on stage. Oh, sorry, they would like to take a group photo right now, so if everyone could gather to the center. Please take a seat. Our next event, the plenary speech on future challenges of food and humanities, will begin momentarily.
喂，mic check，1、2、3，1、2、3，OK，没有问题。
Maybe we can. I would like to ask everyone to please take a seat so that we can resume the conference.
All right.
Oh, we can put it down here. Will everyone please take a seat? We're about to resume the conference. Will everyone please take a seat? The next event of our conference is about to begin. We will now have our next event, the plenary speech on future challenges of food and the humanities. Please welcome to the stage the chair of this event, Dr. Serena Zhou from Academia Sinica.
Hello, everyone, for joining us again. Since we're running really late with some technical issues, and so I'll be very brief with the introduction to Stephen Hartman, Professor Stephen Hartman. You can basically read his very amazing achievements and scholarship on the brochure and the program. And so in that case, we can save more time for his talk, which is about 40 minutes, but plus the translation, I think, we don't want to run too much overtime, and then we want to save some time for question and answer. So again, I want to thank Xinya and the wonderful group of Kejiaoguan and Sanyas students for organizing this conference. And thank all the international speakers for coming all the way and then standing, struggling through quarantine and everything to make this conference possible. And especially these wonderful directors from all over the world, from Iceland, for example, just hurt his back. So that's why he's sitting right now. But, I think it's amazing that they have shown us through their teaching and then also practice and for embodying the beautiful idea of the humanities for the environment. So I will be very brief. Professor Stephen Hartman is a visiting professor in the Faculty of History and Philosophy at the University of Iceland. And he's also serving on many committees, such as UNESCO. And then most importantly, he published and co-edited books on environmental humanities for the environment that I urge you to read from the program and also the work itself. So I guess I'll hand the microphone to Steve.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank everyone, the conference organizers, distinguished Professor Xinya Huang, for the leadership in organizing this conference, and all of the great colleagues that have come together from Taiwan, around Taiwan, and as well as around the world. So I feel very fortunate to be here in your company and privileged and honored. So thanks very much. So I'll jump right into things, and I'll pause now and then for sometimes I'm reading from prepared comments and sometimes I'm extemporizing. And when I'm extemporizing, it's going to be trickier maybe for our translator. And I won't, there are times that I'll stop at the end of a slide, and there are other times when I may go through a few slides before I stop. So we'll just have to keep eye contact with each other and try to make it work. Okay. All right. Thanks very much. Okay. I'm just trying to get the remote to work now, and it's not. So I'm going to be talking about future challenges of food in the humanities, mobilizing new communities of purpose. This doesn't, oh, it's not changing. It's not changing on this one, and that's why I didn't realize it was going. I don't know why. Okay, all right. Okay. how can humanistic disciplines addressing food challenges in the broadest sense contribute valuable guidance to the UN Sustainable Development Goals framework? And how might humanities' perspectives, knowledge, theory, and methods, their implications and their applications help to critically address the limits of the SDGs as a framework largely devised without co-design input from most scholarly communities in the humanities? These are among the key questions at the center of numerous international initiatives seeking to bridge humanistic and social science disciplines and the changing field of sustainability science. Such efforts require the development and promotion of new structures, active links, and new collaborations that enable previously marginalized communities of knowledge and practice from the humanities, from the arts, and qualitative social sciences to engage in knowledge co-production within mainstream sustainability science, as this field undergoes a degree of necessary reconceptualization and reorganization.
各位长官，还有在场的所有观众、所有的贵宾，我今天要演讲的主题是食物还有人文的未来挑战，动员共同目标社群。面对粮食挑战的广义，人文的学科应该要如何成为联合国永续发展 SDG 框架，为它提供有价值的指导？人文学科的观点、知识、理论跟方法，它们的含义跟应用如何的来解决 SDG 目标的局限性 ？SDG 作为一个框架，这个框架在很大的程度上是没有人文学科意见的情况下去做设计的。这个是很多的一些跨国的组织以及国际的倡议的核心问题之一。我们需要将人文科学跟社会科学不断变化的，还有这个不断变化的永续发展的科学领域做一个连结，让以前被边缘化的知识还有实践的社群，来自于人文、艺术还有社会学科的社群，能够积极的进一步的参与知识的共同生产。
Food studies is a field that crosses natural sciences, social sciences, the humanities, and the arts, with vocational, professional, and other applied dimensions that include agricultural work and practice, gastronomy, culinary arts, and various forms of restaurant and food service entrepreneurship. Food studies also includes advanced scientific research and humanistic scholarship in a number of subjects and interdisciplinary study fields, including the health sciences and nutrition, sociology, agroecology, cultural studies, history, literature, philosophy, and I'll end there. There's several more. Okay.
好，那我们今天的主题讲到的是食物或者粮食这样子的一个主题。这个方面的研究其实是一个包罗万象，包含自然科学、社会科学、人文科学还有艺术的领域。它有专业的面向、职业的面向。多元的应用的面向，包含了农业、美食、烹饪以及各种形式的餐厅食品服务。如果要讲到食品科学，还包含了所谓的高级的科学研究以及人文的学术研究、健康科学、营养社会学、农业生态学、文化的研究、历史、文学、哲学、政治生态学、永续性的研究等等。
This fact should hardly be surprising since food-related production, preparation, and consumption and their wider effects in our societies are ubiquitous in human lives and communities everywhere on the planet, representing frontiers in technical and market innovation, as well as deep-rooted traditions of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. However, humanities-led and humanities-inclusive research on the future challenges of food systems has yet to see a breakthrough when it comes to the influence or centrality of such research in the science policy interface internationally. And in that respect, there's nothing special about the humanistic approaches to food sciences. The humanities in general haven't really had that breakthrough.
所以我们来看刚刚讲到的这一些多元的，而且包罗万象的这个有关于食品学的研究呢，其实它是在我们社会之中普遍存在的。不论是我们讲到我们食物上的传统、有形无形的食物的文化的遗产，或者是讲到我们最新的食品的科学、科技的最前线，这些通通呢都是包含在我们所有一个广泛的食品的这个相关的食品、粮食或者食物的研究之中。然而，人文学科主导或者是人文学科对于粮食系统未来挑战的相关的研究，很遗憾的，在国际科学政策之中的影响力或者是中心地位尚未取得突破。
This talk poses the question, what new communities of purpose can develop at the intersection of humanistic inquiry and future food challenges? There is more than one answer to that question, of course. This presentation doesn't presume to cover the full range or even, most of the possible range of those possibilities. But we can begin to imagine these possibilities, and we can consider what is at stake in some very different contexts. So let's look to a few examples to begin with of work currently being done in the diverse area of food studies by humanities scholars on their own, and sometimes working collectively and in integrated ways with colleagues from other scientific domains.
因此，我今天的演讲想要对大家提出一个问题：在人文的研究跟未来粮食或是未来食物的挑战这样一个交叉点上，我们可以发展出哪些新的目标社群 （communities of purpose）？ 这个问题的答案不止一个，但是我们可以从今天的这样一个会议来开始想象各种不同的这个可能性。我们尤其会跟大家分享一些例子，我们在世界各地的所谓的人文学者以及环境人文学者呢，怎么样呢？可能是用独自的方式，或者是用群体的方式来推动这方面的变革。
Yeah, I'm struggling with the remote a little bit, but and the environmental humanities, I think, can really speak for the entire humanities domain, even though it doesn't include all of the disciplines that make up collectively the humanities. So the examples I'm going to turn to are largely based in the environmental humanities, and therefore I'm not sure which screen to be looking at. They're all a little out of sync with one another here. Okay. So, sorry, the remote's just a little uncooperative. I want to begin by discussing a conversation I've had with an environmental humanities scholar recently from India. And this is Animesh Roy. He's been interested in looking at, we can leave it on that slide, literature by Bengali writers and others who exemplify how the Bengali cuisine is gendered. Bengal, despite being a culture where one finds a strong devotion toward female deity, Animesh writes, I'm channeling Animesh here now because we've been having discussions about this offline, so to speak. And it's a culture that boasts of a fine blend of both the Oriental and the Occidental. The general food culture is replete with rituals which have gendered bias. So what Animesh is interested in studying, and we've been exploring together ways in which new approaches within literary studies and cultural studies that take a look at historical differences that have arisen in the sort of post-independence of India and the splitting up of Pakistan and India, affects within the culture, among others, the idea of gendered roles of regional cuisine. So studying food cultures of Bengal through the lens of gender studies, Animesh has pointed out, exemplify how women are often the second sex in matters of food, even though they are the ones most responsible for preparing it. They are the ones also who have the least say in what is prepared. And it represents one interesting approach to food studies that I think is typical in some ways of a certain sort of literary cultural studies approach to food studies. So I picked this out partly for its for its representativeness, even though at this stage, this is the beginning of a research project that Animesh is undertaking. Now, going from there, I would give an example of the work of Yuki Masami, or Masami is her first name, but following the cultural practice there, the family name comes first. And in Masami's work, she has in recent years had a number of fascinating projects which explore the systems of values surrounding food as expressed, for instance, in Japanese women writers, if you look to the far left in this example from the side, or especially interesting approaches towards contamination, eating contaminated food in Anthropocene fiction, in Japan's Anthropocene fiction. I'm not going to read verbatim what's on these slides, but I leave them up there for a moment so you can sense, you know, the questions that she's asking in eating contamination in Japan's Anthropocene fiction, which is, by the way, an article that's just come out this year, is, you know, what does the Anthropocene look like with a food intervention? If we, for instance, don't think about the metaphors of fighting climate change and the militaristic kind of metaphors of fighting climate change, replace that with a future which is a future which typically may be associated with dystopia, imagining it through literary foodscapes of cooking, of eating and being eaten, gardening, or composting. What would that look like? So this too, I think, represents a really rich vein of humanistic approaches to study that follows through, I think, even in the third example from her, you know, meals in the age of toxic environments, where looking at actually the tension between a loyalty to one's home and wanting to sort of eat locally produced food, and at the same time that food, if it's contaminated, what kind of split loyalties and does that involve? So I think that this represents a rich tradition of the single scholar working out of literary studies in a traditional literary studies and cultural studies approach that is one vein of addressing food studies in the humanities that I think is a good representative example. We've heard from Joni Adamson today about Syndemic, so I'm not going to get into this, but I'll let this slide be up there for a moment. Joni and I had a chance to write about Syndemic a couple of times, a couple of years ago in Bifrost Online. And this is a quote from that article that we did, and you can see the sort of publication. It's open access, so it's easy to find this online. And then, of course, we've written more about it this year in a volume that's going to be coming out, I think, later this year, edited by Rosie Braidotti. So I'm not going to get into that more because we've seen that example. So I'm going to move on. But now we're seeing really something of more of an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary engagement, moving towards multidisciplinary engagement that is drawing upon health sciences as well as cultural studies and literary eco-critical studies traditions, and attempting to move more into a space that is sort of a hybrid space between humanities, social sciences, and health sciences. And so I picked these examples out to represent a sort of range of the approaches to food studies that we can find. And a number of them I picked out by design from within the humanities for the environment ecology of global observatories. Smart or FoodSmart Dublin is one you're going to hear about tomorrow from Poul Holm, where chefs are working together with researchers and working together with communities in the designing of ecologically sensitive menus that are meant to address sustainability issues within marine species. And so I'm not going to step on Paul's toes and say more about that right now, but I wanted to mention that as yet another one that's moving even further away from or into a space that I would consider interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. So I just was pointed out, had it pointed out to me that, oh, I'm very, very sorry. I'm going to pause there. For the
好，那我们刚刚Hartman 教授跟我们提到的呢，有几位在这个领域的这一些所谓的环境人文的学者哦。那么其中的一位就是回到我们前一张投影片，我们可以看到，就是在印度跟孟加拉的这个文学的这些学者，那他们主要是来讲到的是孟加拉文化之中对于女性神灵的祭祀，还有一般饮食之中充满的一些性别的观点，从一个族裔历史根源以及仪式以及性别的观点，这一些所谓的一些比较综合学门的方式来去做一个探讨。那另外一位的学者，我们看到是 Yuki Masami， 她是一个有写这个食物主题的一个日本的女性的一些作家，她呢写了很多以这个人类世做一个范畴还有氛围的一个小说，常常她讲到的呢就是人类世，还有我们的所谓的气候的变迁，我们的食物的污染，还有我们的要在当地消费的这个欲望，跟我们的可能没有办法达到因为食物的污染之间的这些冲突点，它也是一个非常好的例子。以上呢讲到这两位一位日本的学者，一位呢是就是印度孟加拉这边的学者，其实都是我们所谓的环境人文学者一个非常好的代表。在我们今天早上，我们的 Joni 呢教授，他也跟我们听到了 Syndemic 这个字哦，那我们今天就在这个地方就不用再赘述了。那这也是再次的呼应到我们一直讲到的这样一个所谓的极易多重纠葛、全球性的挑战，他们其实是彼此是相互加成的，所以没有办法用一个领域的学门来去加以解决这样一个盘根错节的一些全球的挑战，所以我们必须要来使用我们这个环境人文学的观点来去做，来结合生态健康、社会、人文、历史等等的。那么刚刚教授最后是提到一个例子，是近期在都柏林他所推出的就是友善的海鲜使用的这样一个例子。这个例子之中是看到了学界还有产界，也就是说学界来做一些传统的海鲜的这些烹饪的这些复苏，然后结合当地的餐厅来去推广永续海鲜的食用。那么这样子的一个学界结合到其他的领域的这个做法，也是再度了呼应我们这一次一直要跟大家讲到的，我们要把这科学、环境还有人文的这些学科呢做一个跨域的整合。
Okay, and with my apologies for I'm toggling between so many screens and a text here at the same time that I forgot I had a translator, and
It's okay.
You're doing a phenomenal job, and I'm sorry that I made it harder for you. And then here I just wanted to put up the slide for Dinner 2040, which we heard about from Sally Hitch in the last session, and which I think is very much in some ways of a piece with what the FoodSmart Dublin project is like, though with notable differences, and also involved a kind of a process of engagement both with chefs and with communities, but a visioning process to the future towards ecologically and sustainably sound approaches to diet and to foodways. That is a notable example that moves more and more into that transdisciplinary space. And so, again, we're moving from disciplinary in these examples through into multidisciplinary, then into interdisciplinary, and eventually into transdisciplinary when we're moving into the space of co-production that involves collaboration with non-academic stakeholders from community. So from here, I just want to mention one last example of a paper that is also of pretty recent vintage from last year. And you can see essentially what the paper is intending to do, and I'll pause after this one for the translator. But the paper discusses the results of an iterative research prioritization process carried out to enhance capacity, mutual understanding, and impact among European social sciences and humanities researchers. So I point this paper out because I thought it was a fascinating example of a project that sought to actually ask the question, how do the humanities and social sciences, and in particular the humanities, address this kind of food studies challenge, an ethical challenge that takes for granted, for instance, the position that we should not be eating meat, and the ethical position in regard to animals, that and then from that then does a survey and visioning process and carried out a research project that took a look at what was being done in this area and what that could tell us about the possibilities for humanistic and humanities scholarship moving forward there. So this one is definitely worth a look, and so I wanted to flag that one up as maybe my last example of some of these. I wanted to start with the examples before I got into some of the background theorization and thinking about why this is important and what's at stake. Here, I think, the challenges that we face concerning food security, health, and nutrition, threats to cultural heritage through loss of traditional foodways, among other challenges related to food systems, these are all worth thinking about in light of the situation of the humanities and numerous other knowledge communities in the science policy interface since the rise of the environmental movement and the sustainability agenda at the international and national policy levels in the wake of, let's say, the Club of Rome's Limits to Growth, which came out exactly 50 years ago this year, and then later the findings of the Brundtland Commission, also known as Our Common Future, 15 years later in 1987, which then saw really the beginning of the sustainability discourse and a coherent sustainable development movement, which has morphed in certain areas into sustainability movement and sustainability discourse as opposed to sustainable development. And that's its own story that deserves a discussion of its own, but I'm not going to get into that can of worms right now. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot the translator again.
那我们再回到2张投影片之前，刚刚是在回应到 Sally 之前跟我们讲到 Our Dinner Play 2040，其实就是一直在跟我们强调的，我们在未来我们的晚餐会看起来是怎么样子一个光景一样的模样呢？再度的回到我们一直讲到的，在都柏林这边，他们一个很有名的永续海鲜的这个计划，其实就是将研究的人员还有当地的商家，他们呢采取一个来去提倡大家食用更永续的食材，食用更具有这个永续价值的这些海鲜。那同时一方面呢，能够改善大家的饮食，能够减少食物的浪费，也能够来复苏爱尔兰本身就具备的一个所谓的食用海鲜的这样子的一个传统习惯哦。那么其实这边我们就讲到的是说，不只是跨域，而且不只是多领域，而且是跨域的所谓的知识的共同的生产。那在去年也有一个文章，这非常的有趣，这是前一张投影片上讲到的，他这边是说的哦，我们要让大家从一个以动物的来源为主的饮食呢，能够到一个环境比较友善的饮食上面，我们的社会人文的学科要怎么样子的去做优先的排序，怎么样子的有一个实力的点。那这也就让我们想到，我们今天一直在讨论的一个主题，就叫做永续发展。所谓永续发展的运动，应该要可以归溯到50年前。在50年前的时候 ，Club of Rome 它这个 Limit to Growth 成长的限制那么是第一个提出了这样子的一个所谓的一个概念。那之后在1987年其后15年之中，也是呢又提出了另外一个叫做 Our Common Future 我们的共同未来，这个都是非常重要的里程碑。
The temper of our times is characterized by a mixture of naked facts and the sometimes arresting impressions, emotions, and ideas that they stir. Deep concern over the state of the earth as our only planetary home, grief over the loss of environments that hold great meaning to people due to rising seas, coastal erosion, or other effects of climate change, fear over the wider ecological effects of warming streams and acidification of oceans, consternation over the security of limited freshwater aquifers, salinated as a result of sea level rise, sometimes with the survival of entire communities in the balance, despair over the loss of irreplaceable cultural and natural heritage, and among the irreplaceable cultural heritage are the foodways, of course, that are being lost as cultural diversity declines. And then, of course, this extends even to genocide, species extinctions from the aggressive activities of extractivist industries or agribusiness, creation of food deserts and nutritional epidemics, parts of complex syndemics, perhaps, anxieties over the effects of a heating atmosphere on future generations, those just born or about to be born or will be born 50 years from now, into a world we can only imagine, and it sometimes seems we can't imagine it.
在我们现在的时代，我们面临到很多环境上的挑战，海平面的上升、海岸线的侵蚀、气候变化的很多的影响，我们大家都对于这样子的一个状况感到非常忧心忡忡。农业企业的侵略性的活动。粮食的沙漠的产生，以及呢营养流行病造成的不可取代的文化跟自然遗产的丧失、物种的灭绝、文化多样性的减少等等。其实大家对于所谓气候变迁对于后代的影响感到非常的焦虑。我们不禁想到，现在已经出生，或者是说即将出生，甚至是说50年后要出生的这些我们的未来的这些孩子们，我们后代子孙们，他们会面对的是怎么样子一个世界？的确，大家都觉得非常的焦虑。
We know these kinds of litanies well. We have all heard them before, and in the months and years to come, we're going to hear them again and again, perhaps with greater urgency. Such litanies have become conventional in the scientific literature we read, in the scholarly work we produce, and in the popular press that occasionally picks up stories from our work. We hear them, and we need to articulate them, not only because it falls to us to bear witness to the changes occurring within our world across environments, ecosystems, and communities, as numerous as they are unique and irreplaceable, but also because, like all conventions, these litanies serve other important purposes. They bind the members of our growing and diversifying voluntary discourse community, authors and readers, scientists, scholars, learners, activists, artists, policymakers, environmental managers, and practitioners. They bind us all together in acts of meaning through rituals of purpose and agency. These rituals are needed now more than ever as we struggle with doubts about the quality of socially environmental futures and our ability to shape a just earthly legacy.
我们刚刚讲到这些对于环境的这些焦虑，还有这些类型的论述，我们应该是非常耳熟能详了。不论是科学的文献之中，在我们自己的学术作品之中，或者是在大众媒体之中，我们大家都经常看到，而且成为惯例。但是我们不能够觉得厌烦，我们要倾听它，而且呢，我们要去诉说它。这不仅是因为我们必须要去明白，来去看到我们面临到的环境的挑战，我们的生态系统还有社区中我们自己的这一些责任，借由这样子的讨论，这样子的阐述，就好像我们讲到有很多的公约一样的，它可以帮我们结合在一起，它能够增加我们的一些自愿性的对话。这个社群的成员可能是作者，可能是读者，可能是科学家。亦可能是学者、学习者、活动家、艺术家、政策的制定者、环境的管理者，还有第一线的所有的大伙呢，我们都可以联系在一起。那这样子的一种急迫性，是比我们现在的急迫性，比以往的任何时刻都来得高。
Where are the humanities in this science, policy, society interface? We can find them maybe here and there in parts, but in terms of the entire sort of spectrum of this interface, which is itself sometimes formulated as linear, and it's not linear. It feeds back into itself. But again, where are the humanities in these processes as they're carried out, as we find them carried out and have been for decades now? More specifically, where are the environmental humanities in formal policy advisory processes organized internationally in different contexts and at various scales to inform and prepare the way for the kind of transformative societal actions required to mitigate global anthropogenic climate change and biodiversity loss? In light of the accelerating rates at which catastrophes are unfolding around the Earth, what role can and should the aggregated field of environmental humanities play in major international assessments of the state of knowledge informing agreements, intergovernmental agreements, national policies on the issues, the risks and realities of greatest concern facing social and ecological systems around the world?
在我们现在大家熟知的科学、政策以及社会的界面之中，人文学科的参与就在哪里？我们的声音又在哪里？更具体的来说，在国际上的政治的政策咨询，还有它的这个行诉的过程之中，欠缺 环境人文学科的参与，还有咨询的这样子的一个过程。鉴于灾难正在世界地球上快速的展开，所以所谓的环境人文学科的领域，其实应该要在重大的国际评估还有政策制定之中，能够发挥更大的作用，为国际的各种的协定，还有国家以及国际间的政策提供更多的资讯。
I'm trying to get the slides to forward, but the remote doesn't seem to be working again. The best known of these processes is the climate change assessment. Yeah, okay. Is the climate change assessment carried out by the IPCC at 6 or 7 year intervals. There are others that fulfill equally vital functions. As an example, the World Ocean Assessment, the Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services carried out by IPBES, and an ever-expanding body of social environmental policy briefs, reports, and other gray literature produced continuously by programs, councils, and cooperating national academies of science convened largely under the aegis of the UN. So one example that I can give, just trying to get my remote to advance. One example that I can give is the Global Sustainable Development Report. Seems like it's slightly out of sync, so sorry about that. From 2019, this is produced every 4 years by an independent group of scientists appointed by the United Nations Secretary General, comprising 15 experts representing a variety of backgrounds, scientific disciplines and institutions with geographical and gender balance, but not necessarily scientific domain balance. The 2019 report is characterized by its authors as an assessment of assessments that tracks existing knowledge across disciplines, highlights state-of-the-art knowledge for transformations towards sustainable development, and identifies concrete areas where rapid transformational change is possible, end quote. Above and beyond input from the earth sciences and other environmental science disciplines, these assessments increasingly aspire to take account of the human, that is the economic, social, and sometimes, but not always, the cultural dimensions of global environmental change. Such large-scale assessments are among the principal means by which the current state of knowledge on global change is made intelligible and potentially actionable for the international negotiating representatives whose hard-won agreements feed into national policy agendas that inform and effectively guide thousands of state, provincial, county, and municipal environmental management efforts worldwide.
那刚刚讲到的这样一个缺乏咨询的这个状况，我们可以在以下几个例子之中来一窥它的一些细节。这些过程之中最著名的就是 IPCC 每隔6到7年执行的气候变化的评估，还有在联合国，它经常在2016年它所出版的世界海洋评估，以及在2019年的生态多样性以及生态系统服务全球评估的报告，这些里面都缺乏了我们人文学科的一些声音。另外一个例子是2019年的全球永续报告 GSDR 2019，由联合国秘书长任命的独立的科学小组，每4年编制一次，他们号称是由不同背景、科学学科的，还有不同机构的15名的专家呢来去组成。那他们2019的报告的作者甚至自我描述说，我们这个报告是最高层级的评估，而且包含了跨学科的现有的知识。
One recent publication, Issues and Trends in Education for Sustainable Development, is Issues and Trends for Education for Sustainable Development. And the volume characterizes its ambitions and purposes and the purposes of ESD, or Educational for Sustainable Development, as empowering learners, and I quote, to take informed decisions and responsible actions for environmental integrity, economic viability, and a just society for present and future generations while respecting cultural diversity. ESD promotes holistic and transformational education. This type of education addresses learning content and outcomes, innovative pedagogy, and learning by doing, and uses a whole school approach to engage communities in achieving sustainable change.
那么还有另外一个例子，也就是我们近期才出版的2018年联合国教科文组织的教育促进可持续发展的问题还有趋势的这一本专书。这个里面呢，他就讲到了要去怎么样子进行学习者的能力的建构，还有他的这个观念的提升。他讲到了为了今世的后代，为了环境的完整性、经济的可行性，还有公正的社会呢，同时我们要来尊重文化的多样性，要来在所谓的教育的面向上面能够带进环保跟永续的概念。
At face value, these goals would seem to be entirely in line with the interests and priorities of the environmental humanities. However, in the 272 pages of this volume, the word humanities appears only once in the title of a reference paper, while history and philosophy get mentioned a couple of times in passing, and literature is not mentioned at all. A handful of scholars who come out of humanities traditions do get referenced in the work cited, also very much in passing, but there is no meaningful engagement with humanities approaches to environmental learning and education anywhere in the volume, and there are no contributing environmental humanities scholars.
那刚刚讲到的这些所谓的联合国跨国的组织的这些出版的这些书刊，从表面上来说，似乎是有把环境人文学科把它优先化放在里面。但是如果我们仔细的去看，例如我们刚刚看到的这一本书，它的272页之中，人文学科这个字呢，只是在参考文献的标题之中仅仅出现一次。那还有一些其他的例子，比如说历史、哲学这个呢是顺便被提到了几次，文学这个字呢根本就没有被提到。
This circumstance isn't an anomaly. The Global Sustainable Development Report 2019 that I referenced a couple of slides back was actually one of 5 major progress reports published in 2019 concerning international achievement in the sustainnable arena. 3 of these reports were published by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and others were published in conjunction with the UN. A 4th international report was published by the EU, focusing on sustainable development in Europe or in the European Union. And then the 5th major report covered international progress in achieving the SDGs, and that was published by the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Together, these 5 reports amount to 1,500 densely formatted pages for approximately 570,000 words of descriptive and analytical text, visualizations, and infographics charting the progress of regional, national, and international efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In all those printed materials, the word humanities occurs only 3 times, all in the same report. And I won't go into the nuances of how they appear, but also they appear in fairly superficial ways. So I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit here, and
刚刚提到的2019的全球永续发展报告，其实就是在2019年联合国它所发布的报告呢，它其实有5份，这其中的1份而已。那么这5份的报告，我们就可以来去观察到的，它总共呢合计有1500多页哦，它非常密密麻麻的，包含性的这个分析性的文本啦，还有信息啊、图表等等的。但是在所有的这些的总和里面，人文学科这个词只出现了3次，而且都在同一份的报告之中，也就是 GSDR 2019这一份报告之中才有出现。
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to abridge some of what I had prepared to talk. I think that I've underestimated the time involved in the simultaneous translation. Obviously, it's deeply problematic that essentially the humanities are absent, as are actually the arts and qualitative social sciences to a very large degree in these science policy interface processes. I think that we need to think about what's going on with food studies in this kind of context, because generally what we find in the area of food is that there are other kinds of scientific assessments occurring in the food arena that actually, sorry, that actually, jumping ahead here a little bit, are equivalent to some of these scientific assessments that I've given you some examples from, whether it's IPBES or the IPCC or the SDGs. Among these, I want to move ahead to a couple of examples from jump ahead here to, sorry. The SDGs do, by the way, and the SDG reports do deal with food in really serious ways, with food security, food sovereignty, with health issues related to food, a wide variety of approaches. So there are ways in which the humanities can and should be engaging in that assessment work, but aren't. They're not brought into that process. And then there are, of course, the World Food Program and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. So these hold their own annual reviews. They have their own assessments that address the situation of food security and other issues relating to food and its effects on health and connections to ecological questions. Whether it's the World Food Program's reviews or whether it's in fact the World Health Organization or in fact I'm skipping past these. What these slides are meant to be demonstrating is in fact the interrelated nature, the entangled nature, not just of food security on its own, but food security with other great challenges, such as biodiversity, such as impingement on ecological systems, such as different kinds of stresses that are being caused by climate change. And so all of these things are entangled with one another. So when we're talking about food, we're also talking about climate change. We're also talking about agricultural practices and other practices that are actually threatening biological diversity and the strength of ecological systems. So, and I'm going to jump right by this one because it's a video. The Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations is one that addresses and does really important assessment work on a regular basis. So I think that we should be looking to some of these sources of scientific assessment, and both for the great value that they provide in assessing food sovereignty, food security, these kinds of issues around the world and giving a global view of these. But at the same time, we should also be looking at how it is that we are not actually coming into that conversation. Where are we missing our mark? Why aren't they hearing us? What do we need to do to engage with them? Because we have valuable knowledge that they need. Our knowledge, the world cannot afford to go without. Right now, it's just not making it into these processes. And I guess that's my overarching point. So from here, I want to wind up by saying, and I'm going to wrap this up just by giving a sense. This is from the World Health Organization, and I find this in this slide, the first point particularly encouraging, that accessible, credible, interdisciplinary research for public good should bridge the science policy interface. Research is often disconnected from those whom it is intended to benefit: local, community, and village leaders, young people and women, indigenous groups, farmers, and disadvantaged groups that should be engaged to ensure that research is aligned with the public interest and the public good, and to safeguard the essential knowledge and culture that is at the heart of many sustainable production practices. Importantly, such research should be used in policy development. And I'll let the translator jump in there if she wishes.
那延续刚刚我们讲到的这个理论，我们再回过头去看到联合国的 SDG，永续发展的目标，它其实它已经有把所谓的食物，还有粮食安全以及食物主权、健康等等呢，都有把它做一些连结。但是在政策的制定上面，还有它每年所推出的这一些所谓的检讨全球的这个 SDG 进程的检讨报告里面呢，其实都是缺乏这个人文的这个学者的这些参与。那还有另外一个例子就是 WFP， 也就是世界粮食的计划，他们的年度的报告里面，我们看到的，它也是讲得非常的广，不论是健康、生态、粮食，还有环境的这些议题，仍然的也是缺乏参与。那另外一个例子呢，其实是我们来看到的是这个 WHO 世界卫生组织里面，它也是会有非常多的年度的报告，它也是不停的在强调着我们的粮食的安全、生物的多样性，还有生态系统的保存、气候的变化、农业的方式、农耕法，它是如何的相互的影响，然后是有一个加成的作用。最后想要跟大家导到我们现在这张投影片上的一些重点，这个是我们的世界卫生的组织，它近期呢提出来的一些所谓在政策制定上面的一些领域，有哪一些优先的这些项目，它这边就有讲到了，必须要来缩小科学跟政策之间的鸿沟，然后同时也要提倡跨领域的研究跟合作。最后一点是利用一些混合式的研究，带入质性的研究的证据，还有社会以及人文科学的做法。
Heterogeneous communities of scholars, artists, and scientists can come together from diverse academic traditions based on an underlying interest in common research questions or desire to address specific social ecological problems, including those that are at the center of food systems or that flow out from these systems. And that is taking place, but it's not taking place at scale and in a way that's being picked up in the science policy interface. As multidisciplinary communities of interest, such self-organizing groups can develop ways of learning collectively from theoretical perspectives or experimental results that complementary disciplines may bring to common questions. In the process of negotiating sometimes significant methodological, theoretical, or epistemological differences and finding common ground for understanding and cooperation, such groups have the potential to develop into interdisciplinary communities of practice. Discipline-specific understandings that are brought to particular research questions or focuses can certainly disseminate beyond so-called specialist knowledge silos through the sharing of data, methods, study results, and such processes are central to the kind of mutual learning that is a hallmark of effective interdisciplinary study. By the same token, fuller understandings, even new knowledge, can arise from synergistic exchange among specialists when complementary knowledge or when complementary disciplinary perspectives align in unanticipated ways to yield novel results. Interdisciplinary processes of co-design, co-production, expertise sharing, and mutual learning may be at least partly responsible for moving knowledge forward in research, providing new understandings in learners, and applying knowledge advancements to real-world challenges. Any knowledge achieved or promoted through the kinds of interdisciplinary engagements entertained here in this thought process can be mobilized by intentional communities of purpose to work for genuine transformative change. And this is a theme that we've been hearing during the pre-conference and certainly earlier today with Joni's presentation. So I'll stop for the translator and then I have one last paragraph to tie up.
今天一直跟大家强调的一个理论，一个重点就是跨学科的共同利益的社群的这个建立，希望大家可以共同来参与，一同来努力，可以从互补的学科带来的理论的观点，或者是用我们共同实验的结果中找出集体学习的方法。虽然有的时候在方法、理论或者是认识论上存在重大的差异，但是可以找到互相理解跟合作的共同的基础。 那么我们可以实现这样一个跨学科的一个实践的社群，那么来脱离所谓的专业知识的孤岛。当互补的学科观点以意想不到的方式结合，产生新的结果的时候，我们之间就会进行协同交流，可以产生更全面的理解，来生产更全面的新的知识，共同设计、共同生产知识、共同共用知识，推动我们的研究知识向前发展，推动新的理解，应用在现实世界的挑战，来推动真正的变革。
Okay, and what can that look like? I think this is a perfect example of what integrated humanities and social sciences and engagement with disciplines like business can and should look like, and that involves in meaningful ways co-production with local and indigenous communities. So I'm not saying this just to flatter our host. This is exactly the kind of work that we really need to be doing more of, and that we need to be seeing more of. And it's out there, it's happening. It's not just this group here at National Sun Yat-sen University and their colleagues. They are doing it. It's vital and it's important work, and it's being done in other places. But we need to find ways of connecting up this, how this is doing, and working on how we can teach interdisciplinarity, how we can learn transdisciplinarity, and how we can pass that on to new generations of researchers, younger researchers, who can take the torch and move forward together with their partners in society and in communities. So as coalescing communities of purpose, defined by common interests and shared visions of social, ecological, and economic justice, rather than by strict methods of or exclusionary practices. Each of these rich, interdisciplinary, and integrated scholarly fields that have been referenced in this talk and that are evident in a paper such as that one may serve as useful models of broader engagement in applied social contexts for a humanities domain undergoing significant challenges and changes in a higher education and research sector undergoing its own radical transformation. Thank you.
在演讲的最后，跟大家举一个例子，我们在投影片上可以看到的，就是我们的泰雅族的小米方舟，它就是结合了所谓的科学、人文、社会，还有所谓的社会企业。那么在泰雅族的族群跟还有这个研究的机构呢之间来做一个跨学科的，甚至跨世代的一个努力。那我们看到有年轻的研究人员的参与，那么能够顾及到下一代的福祉。所以，我们大家作为共同利益的社群的分子之一，我们应该要来仰赖所谓生态还有经济正义的共同的愿景。而不是来透过严格的方法论，或者是排他的性质的这个实践来定义我们的目的。这些丰富的跨学科还有综合学术的领域，都可以作为人文学科的领域更广泛参与社会脉络，还有政策制定的有用的一些道路跟模型。在高等教育还有研究领域之中，我们就来可以看到已经可以带来，甚至在未来也可以带来更多的根本性的转变。谢谢。
So thank you, Stephen, for wrapping up today's event beautifully before we go on to the field trip, beautifully with hope, and by showing us how what future challenges are, but also possibilities with food, humanities, and also alternative or new kinds of institutions. So I think we can have maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience or from our online audience. There are questions from the, okay, yeah, Timothy. Timothy from National Donghua University, a PhD student.
Yeah, from Donghua University. Thanks a lot for the presentation. There's all fascinating topics, so many interlocking topics and aspects in your talk and the talk before. I just found the figure you stated so interesting, 570,000 words in all these sustainability reports and very little mention of or reference to the humanities. And then, so this is actually a comment, what I want to make first, but then also a question. So for me, that reflects kind of the hegemony in the discourse creation, which for me is a very technophile, technocratic hegemony, where all these lots of, also in the food sector here, where tech-based solutions are pushed so much because there's such a strong, powerful industry behind it, and because any knowledge that can be turned into technology can be turned into a profitable product or service or something. So then I think it kind of reflects that. And also the hegemony in defining what is technology, or because these humanities approaches are also technologies, social technologies, pedagogical technologies, methodologies, but you can't kind of capitalize on them in the current value creation dominant model. That's kind of the problem. Or, but then that's also the question, is there, how could we claim or assert the right to define social technologies as technologies and social solutions as progress, and turn them into a kind of economy, perhaps, or an economy of the commons, where these things receive value, right? Transformative technologies, social and pedagogical, methodological technologies that actually help through the human and not through the machine or through the technology. How could we give them more value somehow? Yeah, that would be the question, perhaps. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks very much. I agree with you. And, you know, of course, it's also important for us to remember that science is a cultural problem. The discourses of science, that's culture. You know, there's an interesting anecdote that I could give you. I'll try to give you a 1-minute summary version of it. Back when the International Geosphere Biosphere Program in the 1980s was coming together for the first time, somebody yesterday gave a talk and was talking about redlining. There was an interesting redlining that occurred in the scientific community back when the International Geosphere Biosphere Program came together. The people who were putting it together, I'm overstating it slightly, but for effect, but it's not that far from the truth, actually. It's true, but it's, you know, the details are a little more nuanced. But they made a decision to keep the social sciences out of it, because the geoscientists and the life scientists thought that they would have a hard enough time speaking the same language to one another that they couldn't even imagine letting the social sciences in, which is why they ran into problems after the first year, and there was heavy critique, which is why they created the International Human Dimensions Program a decade later, as an answer to the fact that the IGBP had left out the social sciences. Now, when the International Human Dimensions Program was formed as an answer or a remedy to the fact that the social sciences were left out, they redlined the humanities. So they replicated exactly the same exclusionary practice that the natural science community had done before that. And this has had far-ranging consequences through time, to the point where, in fact, there aren't humanists at the table in the IPCC and other assessments, partly for epistemological differences and so forth, partly for generic differences between our discourses and certain presumptions about what knowledge production is and how knowledge production takes place. But certainly for all of those reasons, but also we're not there now because there never has been a place for us at those tables. And we actually have to fight to get at those tables now, because the process we've seen, the science alone, you know, being scientifically convinced or sort of a certain degree of certitude about the state of a particular issue, the more and more certain you can be about that does not translate into action. And I think the scientific community has realized that it's been to their disadvantage not to have humanists there. So yeah, social innovation, social infrastructure, rethinking what profitable knowledge is. All of those things are needed.
We should wrap up the wonderful talk and discussion that we have today. So should we give Stephen a big
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Hartman and Dr. Zoe. We will now have a short tea break before the guided tour of the National Science Education Center begins at 4:30. Please enjoy some refreshments and wait for the start of the tour in the Kitchen of Science to the right-hand side. Thank you.
Oh, now it's gone. Okay. So I was going to say something about the slide, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay,